When I was a kid in Mexico, we used to love playing hide and seek with all the kids in the neighborhood at night. The houses were so close together that you could jump from roof to roof, and with everyone being friendly and knowing each other, they wouldn't mind if we did get on the roof. We had my cousins come over for dinner, and our parents were just outside on the porch talking and having a couple of drinks. Some of the kids came over and asked if we wanted to play. It was already dark out, and this is when we especially liked to play, so we agreed. There was this one girl I had a thing for who also happened to join that night. I knew if I could get her alone, I might have a chance to kiss the girl. I knew she liked me too, so it would all work out. We all gathered in the middle of the street and randomly chose who would count, then all the other kids would run and hide. So as the kids started counting, I looked at the girl, waving at her to come follow me. Holding my hand, I led her to my aunt's house, which was vacant at the time. She was on vacation, so I knew the house was empty. I didn't see any other kids go there. The front door was locked, so we ran to the back and checked if it was locked too, and it was. But at the back of the house, my aunt had an old washing machine. I knew we could get on the roof from there. I helped her up first, and when she got up, we could hear someone coming. I told her to go and hide. She ran off. I was able to make it on the roof not long after, and I knew for sure someone who was searching the house next to my aunt's was having the second story redone. I hid in a half-completed bathroom. I thought was alone, but I felt someone grab my hand. It was pitch black in there. I couldn't see who it was, but I heard a soft whisper. "It's just me, don't worry." It was definitely her, so she squeezed my hand a little more. We hid for some time and it was great. And from afar, we could hear all the kids saying we gave up. We had run around. I came out of the bathroom and looked down the street where all the other kids were. That's when I saw her clear as day, looking up at me. I froze. If she was down there, then whose hand am I holding? Slowly turning my head, I can still feel the grip of whoever's hand I was holding. With it still being dark, all I managed to see was the glow of two red eyes, looking right at me in the face. I wasn't the only one to see it when I got down from the roof, and I jumped down. The kids were all pointing up and behind me, asking who that was. They could see the red eyes too. We stopped playing immediately and went inside one of the other kids' houses. We talked about what we saw, but only briefly. We were all scared.
You are listening to the content of ParanormalM.com.
As of late, I've been having a hard time sleeping. At first, I would just wake up roughly at about 1 a.m, almost every night. I would toss and turn till I would eventually fall back asleep. Then I would wake up at 3 a.m. without fail every night, and I'd stay awake. I just couldn't get back to sleep. Now every time I would wake up, I would head to the living room and watch the TV with the volume down low, so as not to wake up the kids and wife. The TV would be quiet enough so that I can hear if someone other than myself would wake up. So as I would watch YouTube sitting on the couch, when I would hear a whisper in my ear at first, I couldn't make out what the whispers said, until it was clear to me it was someone calling my name. It startled me at first, and obviously I'd check on my wife and kids, but they were all asleep. So I would brush it off somewhat. It would be constant and always my name until it wasn't. The voice started to say, "Come here." That's when I got really scared. Then just last night, the same thing woke up at 3, and the whisper again, my first name. Then, "Come here," and the lights in my living room turned on at the exact same time my TV turned off. And I swear I saw the reflection of something standing at the kitchen entrance. I turned around and there was nothing there. I got up and went into the kitchen and flipped the lights on, and there was nothing and no one. I was scared that anyone would be. And as I went to turn my kitchen lights off, I noticed my back entrance lights came on. This is an in-between that leads 3 steps up to my kitchen and then stairs to the basement. I didn't want to read more into my experience, so I went to turn those lights off, and as I walked to the light switch, I clearly heard footsteps running down the steps. A chill ran down my spine. I hit the light switch off, and as I turned around, it was no longer a whisper, but it was voices. Not just one voice, but several in unison saying, "Henry, come here." I haven't slept since 3 a.m, and I've not been this scared in a long time. I'm wondering if anyone has had a similar experience, or have any idea what's going on. I'm not sleep deprived, as I've been taking naps here and there to make up for the lack of sleep. So I'm not imagining it, and my wife has said she's heard footsteps upstairs while she's doing laundry, and she's home alone.
You are listening to the content of ParanormalM.com.
I'm seeing shadow people, and it's becoming more frequent. Now, this is not just a one-off anymore, and it's not one person. It's several different looking shadow people, kids even. Usually when I'm alone at work, and I know I'm alone, I'll be putting stock away, and there will be a shadow standing across the shop near one of my tech bays. I'll quickly yell out at it, and it will walk behind a hoist and not appear on the other side. I'll hear footsteps on the floor above me, and I'll go and check, and sure enough, I'll see the silhouette of a man standing there just for a brief moment, and with a blink of an eye, gone. Now, the reason I'm writing this only now is because I had my daughter with me this last encounter, just last night. Before I would play it off as just my imagination, or I would brush it off because nothing ever came of it. I was driving home with my daughter from picking up food at Wendy's, and as I turned the corner, we both saw 3 kids in the middle of the alley. And just as my lights hit these kids, the shadows that they were gone. She'll ask me, "Dad, did you see that? Did you see the kids?" I said yes. I can tell her by the look that she was scared. She turns her head to look behind, and she says, look, there they are." I told her just ignore it and don't look back. I of course looked in my rear view mirror, and sure enough, there were 3 shadow kids just standing in the middle of the road. My blood ran cold, and I grabbed my daughter's hand and said, "It's okay, baby. Just relax and forget about it." Needless to say, she slept with my wife and I last night, and I just couldn't stop thinking about it now. I still have that strange feeling of being watched.
You are listening to the content of ParanormalM.com.
This happened to me just last night, and although I still can't wrap my mind around what happened to me, I thought, why not put this out there and see if anyone else has had an experience like this as well. So I'm a hobbyist photographer, and I enjoy astrophotography. So being winter, the sky usually clears up real nice late at night. So I grabbed my camera gear and headed out of town looking for the right spot. Exploring different areas is part of the fun. So I'm in my car and I head down this dirt road, losing some satellite reception, and I'm getting fuzz, thinking nothing of it. I switched to FM, still fuzz, and AM nothing. It was a little strange, so I turned off the radio and kept heading down the road. Saw a couple of red lights ahead of me. They were tail lights from another vehicle down the road. I was approaching it pretty quickly, and I thought this car might be lost or just going really slow. So as I was approaching, I couldn't have been more than a couple of meters away, to the point where my headlights would have given me a better visibility of the type of vehicle. When all of a sudden, it was gone. In all sense of the word, it vanished. Not fade away, just blink of an eye. I was left in shock that I didn't immediately see what was really ahead of me. It was an end of road sign right in front of me. I slammed on my brakes, luckily. It was a dirt road, and there was very little snow or ice on the road. So I didn't slip, but it was still a close call. I got out to see for myself, and sure enough, just past the sign of a drop-off to a small riverbank. If I was going any faster, or if it was slippery, I would have gone down and maybe died. Just the thought of it still gives me chills. If that wasn't enough, when I get back inside my car and start heading back, not 2 or 3 kilometers driving, I see headlights coming down the road. So to warn the car in front of me, I start flashing my lights. Still approaching and not fazed by my lights, I start to honk my horn and flashing my lights. And he's pretty much beside me, and his lights are on high beam, almost blinding, as it's getting closer. As he's passing me, I hear the roar of his engine clear as day. So I look back to see him, and again, nothing. No car lights. I went home and didn't take any photos. There was no way I was going to stop again. I barely got any sleep last night. I just can't explain it. Anyone have a similar experience and want to share? I'd like to hear your stories.
You are listening to the content of ParanormalM.com.
So I was laid off work for a couple of months and was lucky enough to find something temporary as a custodian at my in-law's school. So for the last week or so, I've been having strange occurrences while working. I can go in at my own time and finish whenever, which works out for me. I prefer to work alone anyways. I started to go in at around 8 PM and finished at around midnight or so. For the first 3 nights, nothing happened. My work would set the alarm and lock up behind me. Then one night about a week and a half ago, I started to hear some voices from down the hall steps. Now, I was sure I was alone, but with the alarm deactivated, anyone with the key could come in, a teacher or another one of the custodians. So I could hear them step down the hall, getting louder, closer to the room I was in. And when it sounded like someone would have been right at the door, it just stopped. So I look out the door and down the halls and call out. No response. I was a little freaked out, but just brushed it off. Later that same night, I went into another classroom and immediately felt strange. A little lightheaded, and it was cold. Right as you walk in, you can feel the temperature drop, but it was an eerie feeling I had. I started cleaning, wiping down the desks, and putting them in the corner since there was no more school. As I was putting away the last desk, I noticed one of the desks was in the opposite corner of all the others. So I moved it back and went to go grab the mop and bucket that was outside the classroom door. And as I walked back in, I noticed the desk back in the same corner. I left the room and turned the lights off, closed the door and left the building. I was scared, and I know I was alone. But as I exited the building and headed towards my car, I saw the room I was in, the lights were on, and I could see a woman there clear as day, looking right at me. I wasn't going back in there that night. I let several days go by. I was finishing up all the other classrooms, and I would constantly hear footsteps down the hall. My cleaning supplies would be moved from one place to another, and I could feel like there was someone watching me. It was so uncomfortable. Just last Friday was my last day. I only had 2 rooms left, the one I ran out of and the adjacent room. So I started with the adjacent room, nothing weird about it, until I was just about done. I could hear a faint cry or moaning coming from the hall, and all I could think of was, "You've got to be kidding me." My hair stood up and I froze. I'm about to leave the room, but there was no way I was going to go out and into the hall, hearing someone crying. It was 5 minutes stood there just listening. I finally decided it's now or never. I grabbed my cleaning supplies and headed out the room. Just one step into the hallway and it stopped. Relieved, I turned and locked up the classroom door. The classroom I've been avoiding was untouched, except the one desk I was in and out, with no further incidents, thankfully. I was done with my work, never needing to go back. I had my mother-in-law over for dinner, and she works as a teacher at that same school. So I asked her if she's ever had any strange things happen to her, and she said, oh yes, she's had a lot of stuff. Then she tells me that there was a cemetery that was moved about 12 years ago, that was visible right from the kids' park. And since the move, there have been strange happenings in and around the school grounds. So I told her what happened to me while working there, and she started crying. I wasn't sure why, but she gathered herself up and told me that for years, about 10 years ago, that was her class, and around that time, she had an EA teacher's assistant. She committed suicide in that classroom. She hanged herself, and it was my mother-in-law that found her the next morning. I made my mother-in-law cry when I described the woman I saw in the window. I felt horrible, but at the same time, I was sad. I probably shouldn't have been afraid, but what can I do? Knowing what I know now, I might go back one day.
You are listening to the content of ParanormalM.com.
So this story goes back many years ago, and it was brought up while talking to my family over the weekend. It definitely took me back and brought chills just talking about it. I know this is not just myself who experienced it, so I put more validity to this story. It was a shared experience. I was about 7 or 8 years old, and my dad was the choir director of our church. We had about 20 or so people in the group. My mom, aunt, uncle, and a couple of my cousins. We would practice usually in the middle of the week after work hours at the church, and it was like any other choir practice. I would sit on the benches with a radio and mic plugged into it. My job was to record them singing, so I would move from bench to bench recording them, getting different angles and playing the tape back so they could see how they sound. So after doing this about 3 times already that night, it was the last song the group was going to practice. I moved to the farthest bench at the very back of the church and hit record. It was all good a couple times. I had to stop recording, then start blunders and laughter, the usual stuff when practicing. It was the very last recording session. Everything was perfect. I stopped recording and went to go play what they just sang to the choir. We all huddled around, and like I said, perfect, until it got to the end. You could hear a faint laughter at the end. It was creepy to say the least. My dad stopped the tape, hit rewind, and played the ending again with the volume raised. Sure enough, there was a deep, low-sounding laughter in the background. Everyone froze, dead silent, just to be sure it wasn't some flaw in the tape. He played it back again. It was still there. He stopped the tape, but the laughter continued. That's right after the tape stopped, you can hear the same laughter. It was sinister, and we can hear it echoing through the church. We all heard it, and we didn't stay much longer. We packed our stuff and got out of there. I asked my dad whatever happened to the tape, and he said he got rid of it. It's too bad, but maybe it was for the better. Whatever that laughter was, I sure won't forget about it anytime soon. It kept me up all night last night just thinking about it. I still got the chills.
You are listening to the content of ParanormalM.com.
About 2 days ago, I was craving for McDonald's, and it was around 10:30 or 11 at night. So I went out to get my food and headed back home. I used to go through a back alley to get to the front of my house faster. This night was no different. But to give you a picture, it's a back alley with houses on one side and a field on the other. Anyways, I'm headed home and I take the back alley about 30 kilometers. Everything is good when suddenly a person steps in front of my view coming from the field side. He was about 5, maybe 10 feet away, so I slammed on my brakes so as not to hit the guy, and I didn't. I was sure of it, but the guy wasn't in my view. I panicked a little, but I put the car in park and got out to see and apologise for not seeing him earlier. Like I said, he wasn't there. I walked out the front of the car. No dents looked under the vehicle, and there was nothing there. I moved back a couple of steps to see if there was anyone in the field. I called out, but got no answer. So I brushed it off as much as one could, and I turned around to head back into my car. That's when I saw myself. Granted, it was a shadow because he was standing right next to my door, and I had the headlight aiming at me. I was in front of my vehicle. I asked, "Are you all right?" "I'm so sorry." I got no answer, and the figure was just standing there. I said, "Hello?" Still no answer. So I waved my hand saying yoo-hoo, and he did the same. He waved his hand but said nothing, and it was freaky because it was a mirror image of my hand motion. Caught me off guard. I stepped back and so did the shadow. It was too weird, so I walked towards him and he did the same. And as soon as he was in range of the light, he was gone. No puff of smoke, not a blur. There was no on the blink of an eye type deal. I was not about to look around anymore. I opened my door, got in and drove back home. I still get goosebumps just thinking about it.
You are listening to the content of ParanormalM.com.
It started about 2 weeks ago now, with small things here and there. A knocking noise here and footsteps there. Nothing for me to be too worried about. I was usually alone until my wife started to hear things too, both when she was alone and when we were together. I started to get more attentive about it when I brought my 9-year-old a new tablet, not even 4 days old. My family and I were all downstairs watching a movie when we heard a loud crash from upstairs. It startled us a little, so I went up to go see what it was. I looked around and found my daughter's brand new tablet on the ground, smashed and face up too. It wasn't the only thing either. She had a couple trinkets and plushies laying in the middle of the floor. Now from where it fell off, I had to assume was a small bedside table she has. I was definitely more upset than scared, but now I had my radar up. It started ramping up. the knocking and the footsteps around my house, and as an added bonus, my youngest daughter of 3 was starting to talk to something more often and shouting "stop it" or "don't do that." Then one day, I was looking after my aquarium that sits in my living room, and my 3-year-old was playing with her toys in the middle of the hall, and I had a clear view of her and her bedroom from where I was standing. If you can imagine looking straight down the hall and looking into her room, the first thing you'll see is her bed, and somewhat on top of her bed, she has a fort or teepee, if you will. Anyways, as I was cleaning the tank out of the corner of my eye, I see the teepee start tipping over to its side. I look up from what I was doing, and it looked like it was going to fall over. That's when my 3-year-old turns and looks into a room and shouts, "Stop that!" It goes back to the original position. I had chills. I grabbed her and said it was okay. I asked her what she saw and who it was. She was screaming at all. She said it was the monster, Daddy. Now, what was the last straw with me was just on Monday. It was about 10 p.m. and my wife had just put both kids to bed. My littlest one will come in and out of her room to ask for some juice or milk, or she needs to pee, anything, so she can stay up a little longer. It was just what she does. We're used to it. Well, this night, after many times of her getting out of bed, we finally got her down, or so we thought. My wife and I were sitting on the couch watching TV when we started to hear the door handle of her room jiggle, so we knew she was awake and about to come out. But she didn't. The door kept opening and closing, not fully, but just enough to hear it unhinge and close again and again. We paused the show we were watching just to make sure. Sure enough, it was her door open and close, open and close. I was upset, and I got up quietly to go in and surprise her and catch her in the act, to tell her go to sleep. As I approached the door, I could clearly see it, so I timed it to when we would be back to the open position, so all I had to do was push the door. It was not my daughter. The door flung open, and my daughter was in bed, covered in her sheets, and she looked at me. I was stunned to say the least at that moment. I knew it wasn't her. I asked her, "Were you playing with the door?" I knew it wasn't her, but I wanted to see what her response was, and she told me yet again, "It was the monster, Daddy." She slept in our bed that night. Like I said, I had enough, so that same night after my wife got my daughter settled into our bed, I went back into her room and decided to confront whatever this entity that was in my home and in my daughter's room. And I had the light on. I went to the centre of the room and told the spirit that it was not welcome in my house. I didn't want it here, and that it didn't belong here. I ordered it to leave in a firm voice, as if I knew there was someone here. I wasn't scared, just upset about the whole situation. As I was speaking, the lights in the room started to flicker on and off. I didn't stop. I kept repeating myself over and over again until it stopped. Not sure how long it lasted, but when it did stop, I prayed. There's not been any more activity since, but I'm still watching, listening and waiting, with hopes that whatever was there is gone. If anyone has some suggestions on what else I should try, please let me know. I don't want whatever was there to come back. Let's hope it's not a calm before the storm type situation.
You are listening to the content of ParanormalM.com.
So this account happened several years ago. I was 18 at the time, and my father asked me if I wanted to make a little extra money. Of course I said yes, and he got his contract from a school for the summer to clean and get ready for the next year. He had other jobs to do, so I helped him with this one, and of course, he would pay me back for the work I did. I had worked a couple of nights with my dad. He would tell me what to do and where to go, just to get me familiar with the school and show me what keys open what doors. So once I had that down, he would leave me to do other work while I would stay at the school. I had a morning job and so did my dad, so we would go later at night at like 8 or 9 to start, and depending on how quickly we did the job, as usually be done at 1 or 2 in the morning. Anyways, this school was big on 3 floors, with 2 gyms and several offices, and a small chapel too. There were crosses everywhere and pictures of Jesus, of course, and I never felt uncomfortable. But this one night, I had just finished waxing one of the gym floors, and I was alone that one night. My dad would come back and pick me up later. It was about 11:30, and like I said, I had just finished the gym. I was walking down the hallway back to the janitor room to get more supplies when I heard the gym door close behind me, scaring the crap out of me. I knew I'd propped the door open, but I'd paid no mind to it. I just went back, opened the door again, and popped it open again, making it sure it wouldn't slam shut. Nothing else happened for the next half hour or so till I heard someone call my name. It was faint at first, at a distance, like I thought it was my dad. So I waited till I heard my name again being called out. It was much clearer this time, and it did sound like my dad. I yelled back, "I'm in the office," and I kept cleaning, waiting for him to come my way, and I waited like 5 minutes, but he never came. So I dropped what I was doing and I yelled again, "Dad, I'm in the office cleaning," as I was walking down the hallway where I heard him calling me from. That's when I realised it couldn't be him. The doors are locked, so no one without a key can get in, and I still had all the keys with me. I checked my pocket just to confirm, and sure enough, the bunch of them were there. As soon as that happened, I grabbed my cell phone and called my dad to see if maybe he was yelling from the outside in. I get a hold of him and asked if he's finished with his other job. He tells me he's just finishing up and will be there in 30 minutes. My heart sank and my blood ran cold. I said, "Okay, I'll see you," and then hung up. I tried hard not to think about it as I returned to the office to continue working.
You are listening to the content of ParanormalM.com.
Aside from strange noises here and there, what really got me were the voices, specifically the mimicking of my dad's voice. The next time I heard my dad's voice, I was working in one of the washrooms. I was just finishing up the mopping of the floors, and I had the door held open by the bucket. As I was exiting the bathroom and moving the bucket away from the door, I could clearly hear his voice say my name from inside the washroom. There was no way it was him. I didn't hesitate to walk right in and look for him. I opened every stall just to make sure, and of course, there was nobody. This school had a small sanctuary, and in the sanctuary it had a statue of the Virgin Mary and several pictures of Jesus on the cross. Nothing that would creep anyone out, I would think. But this one time, when I was repolishing the seats, I could swear someone or something was watching me. I was unsettled. I kept looking behind me, never seeing anybody there. But I did notice one thing. The statue was in a slightly different position than before. Believe me or not, I know it had moved. Originally, the Virgin Mary had her head positioned downwards and to the right of her shoulders, eyes closed. But when I saw her eyes opened on one of the times, I looked behind me. I knew something was different. Not only that, but her head was more raised and centered, as if she was looking right at me. I was so uncomfortable and just plain freaked out about it that I dropped what I was doing and left. There was no way I was going back there, and I did tell my dad that I never went back in there. And every time I'd walk by there, I could hear the organ that was in there playing, but that was only after the statue occurred. Now, it could have been automated. I kept telling myself, but I wasn't going to check. I started bringing my MP3 with me and listening to my old music. Of course, I told my dad about the strange happenings, and he never questioned it. I asked him if anything similar ever happened, and he would say he would hear noises and people talking as well, but he would just brush it off and keep working. On the last day that I went to work there, my father and I finished up and started making sure all the doors were locked. We started to head to the main entrance, and I held the door open while my dad started inputting the security code. When he finished and closed and headed my way, he closed the door and we both heard the organ just blasting. It startled the both of us. It was so loud it echoed through the halls. We stood there just for a second and turned around, making our way back to the car. I was so relieved that I would never set foot inside that school ever again.
You are listening to the content of ParanormalM.com.
This happened to me just a couple of days ago. Like most of the people in the world, my cell phone is permanently attached to their hands, as was mine. I keep it charged all day long, and when the battery runs low, I plug it in. Except on weekends, I don't like to be bothered. So most weekends, from Friday till about Sunday evening, my phone will be dead, and I'll stay that way until I plug it back in on Sunday. Well, this last Friday, my wife and kids were gone for the weekend, and I was home alone. No surprise there. Anyways, after work at about 6 when I got home, I had about 15% life left on my phone, and my wife knows I won't charge my phone for the weekend, and if she wants to get a hold of me, she could send me a Facebook message. My tablet is always charged, or I'm on the computer, playing games anyway. I had dinner and watched some TV, and by the time it was 8, my phone was dead. So I threw it on the nightstand, so I do have to look for it at a later time. So I went about my night, and I played a couple rounds of Call of Duty 3 Black Ops before deciding to go to bed around 1 or 1:30 a.m. I'm a pretty heavy sleeper, and I'm not one to wake up unless my alarm goes off in the morning. But around 3 a.m, my alarm did go off, and I found it strange. Why would I have set the alarm for 3? I didn't think too much of it, so I laid back in bed, and I was just about to shut my eyes when all of a sudden, my phone started ringing. And 2 things came to mind when that happened. 1, the ringtone was not that I had for incoming calls. And the other one, obviously, being that I knew my phone was dead. I opened my eyes, and I can see the brightness of my screen on the wall, so I know I wasn't imagining things. I had a cold chill run down my back as I turned around to reach for my phone to see who was calling. It was no one, and I don't mean an unknown number. I mean it was a white screen with only the slide to answer or decline buttons on the screen. I was already awake and afraid, so whether or not I answered the call didn't matter. I picked up and hesitated to put the phone to my ear. I said hello and didn't get a response. So I said hello again, and I could hear a faint whisper but couldn't make out the words. Then I heard a laughter that chilled me to the bone, and it startled me that it dropped my phone. Just as it hit the bed, I could hear this sinister laugh coming up from my speakers, and behind its laughter, I heard screaming. I couldn't move, and I'm not sure how long it lasted, but it felt like minutes before it all stopped. Screen turned off, and my room was dark again. Only the red glow from my alarm clock was illuminating my room. I was still shocked looking at my phone the whole time without blinking. I reached to grab my phone, and the first thing I did was try and turn it on. Nothing like I said I knew my phone was dead. So I turned my phone light on, and I plugged in my phone. I went back to bed, and in the morning, I turned my phone on and I checked my calls. Nothing. I can't explain it, but I do hope someone has a similar experience happen to them.
You are listening to the content of ParanormalM.com.
This was a while ago, and I was living in Mexico at the time. It happened when I was 15 years old and is an experience I won't forget. My family and I had been looking for a place to live, and we were fortunate enough that my aunt had a friend who was renting out the bottom part of her home. It had its own kitchen and bathroom and also a separate entrance. So we had moved in, and it seemed weird, but I never liked how the place felt. I always had a negative vibe about it. It wasn't long before strange things started happening in that place. Things like the faucet turning on full blast without anyone being home, and we saw it running while we were out. Our first thought was maybe it was the owner playing a trick on us for whatever reason. Other occurrences would include things going missing and then reappearing right where they were last. Knocking on the bedroom doors, and this one time while watching TV, the volume went from a decent set all the way to max. And not gradually, like the TV is supposed to do, but it just jumped all of a sudden, much like I did when it happened. Now this one night though is really scary. My parents had their room, and my brothers and I shared the one just down the hall. It was storming and we had the windows open. My brothers and I went to bed after a while, finally went to sleep. At about 3 or 4 in the morning, I was woken up by a large crash from within the room. It sounded like a bookshelf falling over and hitting the floor. I jolted up, and there was nothing there, amazingly, though both my brothers were asleep. And I at least knew my older brother was for sure, because he snores and snores really loud. It took me a while to calm down and try to rationalise what that sound was. Maybe it was just thunder from outside, I thought to myself. Anyways, as I was finally settling down and ready to go back to bed, I heard a faint whistle coming from outside the window, and it was getting closer and closer. Now let me tell you though, that window faces nothing but a cement wall, and if that's not creepy enough, the storm I thought had stopped. because all I could hear was the whistling at that moment. But it was still raining, and I could still see the lightning flashing in through the window. It lasted for what felt like minutes before the whistling finally stopped, and I could hear the rain and the thunder. I did nothing about it. I didn't wake my parents or siblings up. I just laid in bed till I was able to go back to sleep. I know, so dumb, but I was scared as a kid. The next morning, though, my dad did tell us that he came to wake us up after he had made breakfast. But when he got to our door, it was slightly open, but it closed on him. He tried to open it, thinking we were playing, but he got mad and told us he was banging on the door, yelling, "Let me in." Now, we didn't hear him. We were fast asleep. He told us that he started to push on the door, and he felt as if someone was pushing back. My dad finally got tired, and so he rammed the door open, and of course, we didn't hear him. Still, when he rushed in, managing to open the door, he saw us fast asleep under the covers, and there was no way it was any one of us. When we finally moved out to a bigger place, we found out by our aunt that our owner that lived upstairs had a special room for prayer. It so happened to be the room right above ours. To top it off, as well, she wasn't worshipping God or Mary. She had an altar with a statue of death, smack dab in the centre with candles all around. While this is not uncommon in Mexico, it still gives me chills just thinking about it. It's no wonder why she can't keep tenants for so long.
You are listening to the content of ParanormalM.com.
I'm hearing footsteps when I'm alone at home, opening and closing doors, and even my dog sensed something as well. Anyways, this next event happened just a couple nights ago. I was putting my 2.5-year down in a crib for bed. Like always, I give my child her bottle and say goodnight before closing the door. Like most nights, she'll get up from a crib and either yell at mommy or daddy or ask for more milk. Now I know that when she asks, she'll throw the bottle on the floor, or she'll have it in her hand waiting for one of us to get it. So I go in and she's not holding it. So I search the ground around me to see if she threw it. Can't seem to find it, so I ask her where the bottle is, and she'll point to where she threw it. But not this time. She just looks at me and gives me the "I don't know" shoulder shrug. I ask her if it's in her crib, and she shakes her head no. So I proceed to look in her crib under her blankets and pillow, but it's nowhere to be found. So by this point, I turn her bedroom light on and search again, her flare under the crib and all over her room. By this point, I tell her I'll go and get a new bottle, and she nods her head yes and lays back down in her crib. And I turn the light off and tell her I'll be right back. I head to the cupboard, get a new bottle and fill it up with milk, and I head back to her room. I walked over to her crib to give her a bottle when I saw her already with a bottle in her mouth, and I was in shock. I looked everywhere, and there was no way she had it hidden somewhere. It wasn't possible. I searched for a good 20 minutes with the lights on. I asked her where her bottle was, and just looked at me and pointed behind me. Now I'm fine with entities messing with me, but now it's playing with my 2-year-old. I don't like it, and I'm more upset about it than ever. I just bought a night vision camera, and I'm gonna get some answers.
You are listening to the content of ParanormalM.com.
I've done some research on my house in the area I live in, and sure, people die all the time. I haven't found horrible deaths that have happened in or around my home, so I do assume it has to be me who's being haunted, but it's not every day. It happens every once in a while, but it mostly happens when I'm alone and my wife and daughters are not home. I have a man cave in my basement, and that's where I spend most of my time when the wife and kids aren't home. Now they have very thin flooring, so you can hear a pin drop from upstairs. I mean, there's nothing you can't hear from downstairs. Anyways, this last time that I was alone, I was really freaked out. I was alone watching TV with my dog, when all of a sudden, my dog who was laying on my lap got off and went to the stairs and just sat down looking up. This wasn't weird. She does it every time she hears someone at the door, so I half expected a knock at the door or the doorbell. Nothing happened, so I paid no attention to it, so I called my dog over. She looked at me and looked back at the stairs, so that started to raise some alarms. But again, I chose to ignore it. As I started to turn the volume back up on my TV, I heard a loud bang from upstairs, and my dog got up and started barking up a storm. I got up off the couch and told her to be quiet, trying to calm her down. I picked her up and put her on the couch, and although she stopped barking, she just kept growling and looking towards the stairs. I wasn't scared, so I went up and checked to see what the hell that noise was. And as I went past the kitchen and into the living room, I noticed my kids' bin of toys was dumped over, and the toys were scattered all over the place. I was a little scared by this point, because this bin was heavy, and not only that, the bin was up against a wall in the living room. And yet some of the toys were even down the hall by my daughter's room. That made no sense, so I quickly picked up all the toys and put everything back in the toy bin. I went downstairs, and as I got to the couch, I heard footsteps coming from the kids' room. But it wasn't one set, it was multiple feet running back and forth. It was at this point where I really felt a chill down my back. So instead of sitting down, I had to make sure there wasn't an intruder in my home. Of course, this wasn't possible. My home alarm was set, so I knew nobody could have been in my house. As I made my way to the stairs again, I got to the first step and the running stopped. But there's a door that blocks the basement to the main floor, and it slammed. It opened quickly and slammed shut. I froze, and this is where I got truly frightened. All of a sudden, I could hear footsteps running down the stairs, and I was at the bottom. Although I didn't see anything, I definitely felt a rush of cold air hit me. This wasn't a light breeze, but it quickly and hard almost pushed me back. I didn't have the balls to go up, so I just got back to my couch, turned the volume up on the TV, and tried to ignore what had happened. I later went back upstairs to check all the doors and windows to make sure everything was secure. I want to know what's going on, but I feel if I get too interested in this, it might flare up or something. And my first concern is obviously my wife and kids. So what do you guys think I should do?
You are listening to the content of ParanormalM.com.
So this happened to me when I was about 13 or 14 years old, back in Mexico. It was at my aunt's house. To get a better understanding of this story, you first need to know the layout of my aunt's house. It's a 2-story house with 2 bedrooms upstairs and a washroom. There are stairs that go downstairs, but you have to go outside to the stairs to the yard and into the back door of the house. Not the best design by any means. When you open the upstairs door to go out, if you look to your right, there's a small edge of the roof that you can walk along to get to the other side of the bedroom and onto the roof of the house. This ledge also runs along the other side of the room, but the cement is broken down, and if you were to step on it, you would fall and there's nothing to hold on to either. Nobody walks on that side of the roof. I'm about 6 foot tall now, and there's a window on the broken side of the roof that is still about 5 inches above the top of my head. This is important. So now that you have a somewhat good idea of the layout, hopefully, I can continue with my experience. It was about 2 or 2:30 a.m, and I had to go to the washroom. So I got up, headed there, and did my business, and I was headed back to bed, when I suddenly had a strange feeling of being watched from the window. I froze and slowly turned my head towards the window, and there I saw a man at the window. He was an older man, I'd say 50 or 55 years old if I had to guess. It was clear as day, lighter skinned with a fancy moustache and black hair. He was also wearing a cowboy hat, and it didn't click at that moment that there was no way this guy was this tall, or the fact that it was impossible for him to be standing on the broken side of the roof. He didn't notice me though, as he kept walking. I lost sight of him after he went past the window, and he walked around to the other side of the roof, where there was like a big bay window. You could see the whole roof on that side and the top of the neighbours as well. There was no mistaking it. This was a solid figure man standing on the roof. Then I noticed something else. He was holding a trumpet, and as I noticed it, he raised the trumpet to his lips to start playing it. I could see his fingers moving and his cheeks puffed, and it looked like he was playing it, but there was no sound. I didn't hear a thing. It felt like minutes of me standing just looking at him playing the trumpet, the length of a regular song. He finished playing, turned to look at me, smiled, and started walking off the roof. I could see him clearly as he was walking on air. As he kept walking, he started to fade out with every step, starting from his feet to his head, and he was gone. I was so shocked. Not scared, just shocked. I went back to bed. The next morning, I told my mum at the breakfast table. My aunt and cousins were there too. And as I told her what I had seen last night, my aunt got up from the table, not sure where she went. My aunt walked back in, and she was holding a painting of the man I had seen. I jumped out of the chair because it startled me. She asked me if that was the man I saw. I said yes. She then proceeded to tell me that this painting was of my uncle's father, who died 20 years ago. I asked her where she got the painting from, and she said it was stored away with some of his stuff. My aunt also mentioned that he would love to play the trumpet for his kids, and that she also had that stored away with the painting.
You are listening to the content of ParanormalM.com.
We lived there for 5 years before moving out shortly after getting married, and too many things happened to even begin recording them all, but I'll try. It was built in the 70s. An elderly woman died there. It was heavily remodelled after a fire, and someone crashed their car through the living room at one point. That's all the history I've ever had in this place. The activity started off small, as it usually does, and escalated. The first night we had everything unpacked, and the house fresh and clean and ready to be lived in. I was laying up awake in bed, having a hard time trying to sleep, when I felt this overwhelming nagging sensation to look over the foot of my bed. As soon as I looked, the fattest cockroach I've ever seen in my life came crawling out from under my freshly swept and mopped floor, beneath my bed frame. We hadn't even eaten there yet. There was no reason for this roach to be there. Not necessarily supernatural, I know, but definitely an omen for what was to come. My husband has a shelf full of knickknacks and memorabilia that he likes to arrange in a particular and symmetrical pattern. Countless mornings, we would wake up and come out to the living room to find that everything on the shelf had been shifted just a couple inches to the left or right. Sometimes all of the items would be at a diagonal angle, but still in their proper positions. Then his signed football photos and memorabilia would be face down or turned completely in the opposite direction, so the photo was facing the wall. We went over all the possible explanations, tested theories, but none of the earthly explanations panned out. At this point, we began jokingly referring to these experiences as goblin activity. Several people lived with us in this house during the course of us staying there. My friends Charity and Law, as well as his teenage niece and nephew, Ali and Axel. Everyone who ever stayed there reported hearing the voice of someone else who lived in the house while they were not at home. Axel said he heard me and Law laughing in my bedroom while I was at work. Law said she heard me whispering loudly to my husband while he was asleep. Charity heard my husband pacing our bedroom, having what sounded like a heated argument, when again, he was at work. Ali heard me and Charity in the kitchen cooking when neither of us were home. My husband heard our cat meowing and running around the house while he was asleep in his lap. Additionally, Ali had terrible night terrors while she lived with us. She never had them before, and to my knowledge, hasn't had them since. She would wake up in the middle of the night screaming in fear, convinced there was someone banging on her bedroom door, trying to get in. We let our big husky Kal-El sleep with her on those nights. The way the house was built, from my spot on the living room couch, I could see through the dining room window to my bedroom window. After the first time this happened, I started shutting the door always and never leaving the overhead fan on, just to make sure I was seeing what I thought I was seeing. This only ever happened when I was home alone. I would get a chilling feeling, look to my bedroom window from my spot, and see the curtains on that window deliberately pulled back just a few inches, as if someone was peeking at me. No vents under the window, no airflow, no viable explanation for this. We ended up getting a curtain for the dining room window to help ease my weariness, but it didn't help my state of mind much. Again, not supernatural, but pertinent to the story, I think. Over the course of a year, all 3 of my dogs died in that house. 2 two-year-old husky litter mates from a genetic kidney disorder they both shared, symptoms only appearing once we moved there. Then Kal-El of cancer. I know it's irrational, but I blame the house for stealing my babies from me. The puppies died before Kal-El, and he became very attached to me. At the same time, he developed an almost aggressive distrust of our hallway closet. He would lay there constantly, all the time, sniffing under the door or pacing like he thought something was in there. We checked multiple times. Got nothing. He was doing his nervous hallway closet guarding duties when I was home alone in the shower one day. And when I bent over to grab my soap, I swear I heard an unknown male voice coming from the closet. Got out of the shower quick and still dripping wet, inching my way to stand in front of the door, listening. "Hello?" I whispered. Nothing. I leaned my ear against the door like the whitest blonde woman in the horror movie, and right against my ear I heard it. Scratch, scratch. I screeched, grabbed Kal-El to my bedroom with me, and holed up crying until my husband came home. Another night, I was waiting for him to come home from work half asleep, and woke up to the sinking sensation of someone slipping into his side of the mattress. Flung my arm out to feel for him and nothing. No one was there. Couldn't sleep until he got home. This is the last thing that happened before we moved, and I saved it for last due to chronology, as well as it being the event that shook me the most. I like to lay back in the recliner on my side of the couch, with my long hair dangling over the back. It's comfortable to me. My cat always saw this as an invitation to jump up and cling to my hair, like it was a curtain she could climb. So when I felt the sensation of my hair getting tugged hard like that, I didn't think anything of it, until I realised my cat was asleep in my lap. At the moment of realisation, the grip on my hair released, and again, I screamed and cried and went to hide in my bedroom until my husband got home. There's so much more. Smaller things that I can't remember, or don't feel like typing. Little items went missing all the time, and then would show up in the strangest places. Always something we needed right at that moment too. A tool, a key, or things from my vanity.
You are listening to the content of ParanormalM.com.
This is a story of myself, which occurred when I was living in Mexico about 15 years ago. So I was 16 at the time. Anyway, it was at night, I'd say roughly around 2 in the morning. And I was thirsty. I needed a drink of water. With it being Mexico, I couldn't drink tap water, so I had to get it from a water bottle, which was located in the kitchen. Now, the way this house was built, my bedroom was upstairs and the kitchen was downstairs. And right beside the kitchen was my mom's room. Needless to say, anyone in the kitchen has a clear view of the bedroom and the bed. Anyways, I headed downstairs for a drink of water, and I got a glass and started to pour it, when I felt a chill down my spine, like someone was standing behind me or something. But then the chill quickly turned into just a cold feeling, all over, like the temperature dropped several degrees. Strange, I thought, as this was Mexico, and even at night you'd be sweating. Now when I felt the cold, I pretty much ignored it, and I was going to head back to my room. When I turned around to put the glass away, that's when I saw it, or him, whatever you want to believe. But it wasn't a mist nor a shadow. It was like a black curtain floating over the top of my mother's body, and my mom had her eyes open looking right at it. I was scared. I didn't know what that thing was or what to do. It hadn't noticed me by this point, but I took a glance back at my mom, and it didn't look like she could breathe, almost like she was gasping for air. That's when I took a step toward and said, "Mom." When I did, that thing turned to look right at me, and for a split second, I could see a bright red eye looking back at me, and it vanished like smoke right in front of me. He was gone, and my mom took a big breath of air. I rushed to her and asked if she was okay, and she told me she had just seen La Muerte, which is basically the Reaper. Believe me or not, I know what I saw.
You are listening to the content of ParanormalM.com.
My family and I were on vacation in a hotel by the ocean. I was young, about 5 years old. One afternoon, we were at a hotel pool alone. My parents and brother were teasing me and wouldn't allow me into the hot tub, saying that I was too young. I became very angry and stormed off, wandering around the pool. My next memory is sitting cross-legged at the bottom of the pool. I was stuck somehow, and for some reason I couldn't or wouldn't move. I was just sitting and looking around. I distinctly remember seeing the pool walls, and I could see the water fluttering above me. A strange sensation overcame me. I felt warm and colourful, if that makes any sense. I saw the water above me break, and an arm suddenly wrapping around me. I remember feeling the abrasive hair on the arm as it was across my body and neck. My next memory is standing beside the pool. I was perfectly fine, but in shock about what happened. There was no one else around the pool, including who rescued me. I ran over to the hot tub and told my parents everything that happened. They just brushed it off. It was very confusing, surreal, and vivid. But I remember seeing the man who rescued me. He was tall, much taller than my father. He was very pale, practically white, with freckles and orangey red hair and a long face. He was also wearing a bathing suit. I remember seeing him standing beside the pool with his raised hand. I also remember him telling me to stay away from water, but I don't remember him speaking to me directly. To say the least, this has had a lasting impact on my life. I may have had other paranormal experiences. I'm devout and thankful for my second chance.
You are listening to the content of ParanormalM.com.
I was 10 years old. Back then, my friends and I would ride our bikes as far as we could, looking for adventure or to discover something new and exciting. At this time, my community was a mix of new and old, and it was easy to find an old tunnel, the remains of a farmhouse, or decayed paths and trails. We set out that summer day with one extra boy than the usual crew. I had not formally met him yet. Nonetheless, we headed out on our bikes. We came across an abandoned house near a farmer's field and forest. We started to explore the premises, and we decided to settle here for a while. We walked in, checked things out, and were just hanging out and sharing our findings. I started to hear the sound of rocks or gravel being moved through water, emanating from the basement. I thought it was my friends playing in the house. I briefly ignored this. Suddenly, there was wailing and the sound of gravel was getting louder, like thrashing, like someone was throwing rocks or gravel. Frozen. There was no way my friends could make that noise. Quite fast talking surrounded us. My one friend started to cry uncontrollably. His brother was preparing to protect him. Together, we could see inside the house's front hall and stairwells. The new boy was giggling and gesturing us to come downstairs by waving to us with his hand. We stood there dumbfounded. How or what? How did he not know the immediate danger we were in, that he was in? I wanted to get him as I thought this was possibly his last moment on Earth. But I watched him return up from the dark stairwell, leading to the basement. He was still giggling and mirroring the exact same motion. He returned again downstairs and out of sight. We screamed at him, but he kept doing the same exact thing over and over again. He was actually speeding up, like 2 and 3 times faster. The noises from the basement I can only describe as pure despair, like an agonizing, painful, and doom-like quality. But they were human, or at least human-like. We screamed at the boy that we were leaving, and it seemed like he was coming outside. Frantic, we just started biking as fast as possible. Petrified with fear, I couldn't look back. It was dusk now, and we had no time to reconvene. We separated immediately and went home before we were grounded. I asked my friends the next day if anyone saw the other boy. They responded they thought he was someone else's friend from the group. We didn't even know his name or where he came from, and we never saw him again.
You are listening to the content of ParanormalM.com.
The elementary school that I went to, and the town that it is in, has a history. Short story is that the town I live in was founded by a group of families, and I happen to be a descendant of one of them. Anyway, the elementary was built over a Native American burial ground that has long since been abandoned when more settlers came over to the New World, and it had other supernatural things. Some creatures sometimes want to be heard or seen to warn or something, or tell of something that happened in the past. But even about that, and back to the school, there are many spirits and ghosts inhabiting the grounds and halls of the school. People have had various encounters with them. One of my experiences with some of the spirits, so me and 2 of my friends were getting things out of the basement, like the cotton candy machine, popcorn machine, etc. So when we were taking the elevator down to the basement, the doors open and we walk into a storage room that was at the end of a hallway that was dimly lit and had flickering light bulbs. We enter the room and get the machines, and on our way back to the elevator, we stop just before the corner to enter the elevator, and we saw an aberration of a woman standing at about 10 feet in front of us. And as soon as we stopped, she turned and looked at us, then turned away again and disappeared around the other corner. So we entered the elevator and brought up the machines. Before the doors opened to the first floor, we looked at each other and tried to talk about what happened, but we were unsure what to say. Another encounter I had in school was, for context, I was in 6th grade, and I was in the library for an after-school program with a few other kids, a teacher and the librarian. So I was sitting between the stacks of books reading a book, which happened to be a book on ghosts and other supernatural phenomena, when I heard a knock on the wall behind me, which was a wall of cinder blocks, and then a book at the opposite end of where I was sitting fell from the shelf. And then I saw a shadow walk between the shelves and disappeared. And when I got up and looked, there was nothing there. First, a little bit of background. My sister and I come from a big family, and we have lots of cousins with lots of kids. In 2018, our grandparents died, so everybody is still a bit sad, but we all are dealing however we can. Now with the story. One night, I was alone at the house. My sister was out working, and I would be too if it wasn't for my aunt and my mom that left the wood door closed, but not the crystal one, and I couldn't go out because I had no keys to close it. So no one coming from the back door could come in, but from the main door someone could. They couldn't go earlier to do the groceries anyway, because my sister and I were taking care of our little cousin, and if they left, she would notice and start crying. So I decided to take it easy and start playing some games on my phone while I wait. Suddenly, I started listening to a guitar, but it was so low I had to put the phone closer to my ear. While I'm doing that, I start thinking my phone has no volume because I had in fact silenced it. I go to the balcony and check that there's no one playing the guitar outside. I decide to think that it's an auditory hallucination. The first time it's ever happened to me in my 21 years of being alive, but it makes sense. After a while, I start hearing the sound of the chairs downstairs moving. Not that creepy, because there are like 4 cats that like to sleep in the chairs, so it's okay, I guess. Creepy that there are 2 chairs moving at the same time, but okay. Then, someone knocks on the crystal door. From the top of the stairs, I look down and see no one close to the door. I don't even go downstairs. I go straight up to the room to check the balcony. No one in that door. I go to the other room that's up by the wood door, and no one there either. I decide to lay on the bed again, thinking I must have misheard everything. And then I fucking heard it. I heard my 4-year-old cousin laughing downstairs. At this point, I stop moving, and I text a friend that I'm scared. I tell her that the house is big, 2 floors, and I decide to stop being scared, that I should give her a house tour. Never in my life have I been so brave, because my sister, my father, and one of my cousins have seen ghosts. So yeah, I do believe in them. But I decided to go check anyway. I go turning on every single light I can. By the time I get there, there's really no one. I go back upstairs and have the courage to turn all the lights off, since my aunt gets angry when the lights are on unnecessarily. I don't hear a sound anymore until my mom and my aunt are back from the supermarket.
You are listening to the content of ParanormalM.com.
I'm Native American. I know this sounds like lots of tribes, but most of my Cherokee blood comes from my mother's side, and the Western blood comes from my father's side. All in all, I'm a half Indigenous person as far as blood is concerned, although I'm a full-time, culturally involved Native American individual. My girlfriend is also. She's a Chickasaw. When it comes to the area of the country that I live, if you don't run across very many Native people, this leads to most natives in this area knowing most other natives in the area. There's one of these natives who worries me to the core. He's a very old Indian who has been all over the country and settled a stone's throw away from a river in a small shack with 2 dogs and 1 cat. He seems like an innocent old Indian man, but he's very dangerous, and he's not a good person. I've only been to his shack once. My girlfriend used to be good friends with this old fellow because he seemed like an innocent old native elder. At some point, she let him borrow something, and a long time after realising this person was bad news, she needed it back. We jumped in the car and went to pay this old man a visit for the sole reason of getting her charger back. We drove down the winding, beautiful roads of Middle Tennessee and onto a farm. We got out, and he wasn't at home yet, so I walked around his front yard. There was an old dog chained to an umbrella next to his food and water, a derelict old pickup truck that hadn't been driven in a long time, with a really skinny cat hiding underneath it, and a little chicken coop. The whole place gave me a great amount of discomfort before he ever arrived, and knowing that this man did very bad medicine on people didn't help my nerves. He bragged about being able to kill a car on the road with his medicine. He also bragged about being a shapeshifter. At some point, I noticed the old dog chained to the umbrella began to have a panic attack, and the skinny cat under the truck no longer wanted to feel the embrace of a human hand, and retreated back into the unreachable refuge of the truck's rotting drive shaft. I didn't know what had caused this sudden shift in nature's mood until I looked down the dusty gravel road and saw a beat-up old Dodge pickup round to the corner and make its way toward the shack. He got out and invited us inside. The shack was cramped and somewhat smelly. I still don't know how two people lived there. The pit bull in the kennel inside the shotgun shack was losing its mind, so we let it out into the yard. He gave us a biscuit recipe, showed off his drum that plays itself at night unless it has a blanket over it, and invited us outside to talk for a minute. Once outside, he told us of how he used medicine to kill several people a long time ago. His eyes were dead. He had cold black eyes that had a silver ring around them. The only person I've ever seen like that. My girlfriend and I left right after that with the charger. A couple of weeks later, I was coming home at about midnight. My car has HIDs, so I can normally see pretty far at night. As I made my way down the gravel road that leads to my driveway, and into my driveway, I didn't see anything. I got out of my car and went to my passenger side door to get something out of my seat. That's when I noticed a huge, scraggly canine as tall as my mailbox standing in the gravel. All my hair stood on end like I'd just been electrocuted. Where was it a second ago when my lights were in that same spot? It was locked into me. I yelled at it, and it walked a little further down the gravel, keeping an eye on me. Then it began to walk toward me. I yelled again and grabbed something from my seat. And when I turned around, it was gone. No noises, just gone. That's what it's actually like to encounter a skinwalker. It's a whole lot more than a twig snapping, but also less sometimes.
You are listening to the content of ParanormalM.com.
The day we moved into the second house my parents bought, my grandpa died. It was a brand new house and no one had died in it or anything, but for some reason, I always got a very eerie feeling from the second we moved in. The first weekend we moved in, my grandma stayed in her room, and she mentioned to us that she kept hearing an old-timey telephone coming from the closet. No one's phone had rang that night, so we just thought it was weird, but thought nothing of it. Over the years, she and anyone else that stayed in that room would experience the same thing every time they stayed in the room. After a few years, my sister and I couldn't get along, and my mom designated the guest bathroom as my bathroom, so there'd no longer be arguments and touching each other's stuff. At night, I wouldn't use the bathroom and just use my sister's, because it would creep me out so badly. When I would shower, I would hear my name being called, knocking coming from the guest room closet, very distinct knocking on the door, and the knob would sound like someone was messing with it. At first I thought it was just my sister fucking with me, but after a few times of me experiencing those things whenever I was in the house alone, I knew it wasn't her. Everyone but my mom's wife thought I was crazy when I'd tell them what I'd hear. Around the same time that was really kicking up, my mom would ask us if we were in the guest room at night, because she could hear someone walking in there all hours of the night. There was only one time it was actually us in there, but every other time we just thought she was crazy and figured she was just imagining things. Then one night, my mom and I were in her room watching movies, and we kept hearing something walking around upstairs, All the animals were with us and the door to that room was always closed, so they couldn't get in there. She paused the movie so she could go smoke, and we heard very heavy walking upstairs when we started to walk out of the room. We stood there for a minute and continued for another 30 seconds or so. I'd always hated that house, but I hated it even more after that.
You are listening to the content of ParanormalM.com.
Not a trucker, but I have 2 paranormal driving stories. One morning, I got in my car about to head to work. I had a sense of a small boy sitting in the middle of my back seat. I couldn't recognize who it was, age, era, etc. And I couldn't physically see or hear this entity. It was just a feeling of a presence. It said nothing and stayed there for only about a minute. I had an overwhelming urge to tighten my seatbelt super tight as I could possibly get it, in order to feel snug and secure. I've never done this before or since this one time. It's not a normal behaviour, and I felt like I had to do it. On my way to work, someone didn't stop before crossing the highway. It's the person at 65 miles an hour, spun, and ended up in the centre median. I walked away with just a bit tongue. Story 2. I was at a friend's house and we ordered a pizza. My friend and I hopped in his car as we drove to pick up the pizza. When we drove across Broadway, I felt this overwhelming darkness looming in the area of the intersection. It didn't feel like before. No kid in the back seat. Just a darkness looming over that area. I couldn't tell how soon something bad was going to happen. Minutes, hours, days, weeks, etc. No idea. It's also not a feeling I've had before or since. We drove across Broadway on our way to the pizza place, about a mile down the road. I kind of felt like writing it down on a piece of paper. There's going to be an accident here. But it felt kind of foolish having no sense of the feeling in terms of context or time. We picked up the pizza and drove back. On our way through the intersection, a lady stopped at the light, took off and drove right in front of us. We hit her car and came to a stop at the intersection. Now here's the odd part. The lady was stopped in the turn lane waiting to go the same direction we were. She took off on red on active cross traffic. She also drove straight rather than taking her planned turn. I even asked the lady why she went, and she said she had no idea why she went. It wasn't even an intentional act for her. These both happened long ago in my youth. I'm about 40 now. These things aren't any kind of normal occurrence, gift or sight. They were very unique instances, alone in their own space. No repeats, no similarities. And kind of, sadly, nothing new. But then again, I guess I'd need to have another accident to have it.
You are listening to the content of ParanormalM.com.
I have 2 stories. Once I was hauling agriculture near a farm in the Sacramento Delta area, around 3:30 or 4 a.m. It was pitch black and an owl flew in front of me and then took a hard right so that it was flying in the same direction right in front of my windshield. Sadly, it wasn't flying as fast as my truck, and the owl hit the windshield hard and then tumbled and got caught in the driver's side rear view mirror, a foot away from my face. A small droplet of the owl's blood dripped onto my window, and he just stared at me and died. He was stuck, and I wasn't about to touch him because I was scared beyond words. After a few miles of this, he slowly fell off. It was disturbing. Another time, it was pitch black in the middle of the night. I was travelling on Interstate 5 in the Central Valley on a relatively empty road. In the other lane, which was elevated by about 30 yards and separated by another 30 yards of grass and dirt, I saw the single headlight of a motorcycle coming around the bend far ahead of me. As I travelled fast and he travelled fast, our paths were getting closer, but he didn't make the turn with the gentle curve of the road. Instead, and this happened right around the time or after I had just passed them, I saw the headlight bounce wildly, as if he had fallen asleep and driven straight off the freeway. I didn't see him and wasn't sure if my eyes were fooling me. I called it in on the CB and wasn't sure if what I saw had happened or if they ever found him or anything. I may have seen someone perish, or I may have imagined the whole thing.
You are listening to the content of ParanormalM.com.
A good friend of mine told me this story years ago. He's a stereotypical old, big, bad trucker. I've seen some weird stuff with him while driving in South Texas along the border. He never batted an eye, but while telling me this story, he had goosebumps and a concerned expression, which from this guy is about the equivalent of a trembling lip and shit-stained pants. I'll tell this story in the first person, as he told it to me. Years ago in the late 90s, I was on my way home to the house, heading to Laredo to pick up a load. It was early morning, around 4 or 5. I had just come off a string of days at home, so I know I wasn't tired. I'm on one of those 2-lane winding roads in the absolute middle of bumfuck nowhere, when I see something on the side of the road at the edge of my high beams. At first I just thought it was roadkill, as is usually the case. As I get closer, I see that it is roadkill, and there's someone crouching over the deer carcass. I remember thinking either this guy's taken the antlers as a trophy, or he's fucking sick. As I got closer still, I can now see that this guy's eating the fucking deer. He's pulling chunks of meat from the stomach and bringing them up to his face. At this point, he stops mid-motion and looks up at me. Not at my truck, but at me. He or it stands up, and that's when I see that it's fucking huge, brown, and covered in hair. I remember thinking at this point, oh fuck, this thing is standing on the tiny shoulder looking at me. By this point, maybe 3 seconds have passed, and I'm about to the point in the road he's standing at. I didn't even think of stopping. In fact, I'm starting to lay on it and get the hell out of there. As I'm passing, it's looking at me. Again, not at the truck. It's looking through the driver's windshield at me. He obviously has the intelligence to know that there's a driver in here and knows where I'm sitting. As I start to pass him, I can still see its head above the hood of an old needle-nosed Pete. This thing is fucking giant. I remember seeing what looked like human intelligence in its eyes. It scares the shit out of me.
You are listening to the content of ParanormalM.com.
A few months back, I was taking a race hauler back east from California. I was on the I-10 in New Mexico. I got tired and decided to stop off on a ramp. In parts of New Mexico, there are off-ramps that are literally nothing more than an off and off ramp. No road to take when you exit. They typically have wide shoulders, and I didn't consider it an unsafe place to stop. When I took the exit, there was a small travel trailer pulled over, and it appeared the driver was getting some sleep. So I felt better not really being the only one out in the middle of nowhere. I slept for 3 or 4 hours and woke up. It was still very dark out and cold. I looked in my mirror and noticed the camper was gone. I don't remember how long I sat there, maybe a few minutes. And then I looked in my mirror again and noticed a vehicle very close to the rear of my trailer with no lights on. Honestly, I saw the silhouette and thought it was a cop. Didn't think much of it. Figured he was taking a break or maybe even running my plates, as the rig I had was expensive and quite commonly stolen. A few more minutes passed and I saw the headlights flash. Unsure of what was happening, I turned on the truck and prepared to get the hell out of there. The headlights quickly flashed 2 more times and then I heard a door slam. An older Chevy Silverado took off past me and crossed over the highway and headed west on 10. I waited about 5 minutes, and after turning on all the exterior lights, I walked around the truck. The best I can tell, they were planning to siphon diesel out of my tanks. The cap was off the right side tank, and also the side entry door had pry marks near the hatch. Still freaks me out a bit, and I'm more careful of where I stop these days.
You are listening to the content of ParanormalM.com.
Frankly speaking, I've never experienced any kind of supernatural or paranormal thing, and this is the main reason why I was hesitating before writing. But here we go. I'm interested in your thoughts and comments on this story. The beginning of the story starts 1.5 years ago. My girlfriend and I went on vacation to an Eastern European country. The exact location is not important, but the site was around 500 kilometers from our home. We had agreed with one of my distant relatives that we were going to stay at their house during the last 2 days of the vacation. His house was not far from where we had spent our vacation. To put into context the circumstances, they live in a very small countryside village in the middle of a vast forest. The village has around 400 inhabitants, so a really tiny one. The first day and night went just fine and dandy, but you agreed that they were going to leave the house on our last day because they had to go to another relative or something like that, meaning that we had been left on our own in the house for the last night. End of the background story. Things are getting tenser now. So we were not in the house during the daytime. We only arrived back around 7 or 8 p.m. in the evening. Just right after we entered the house, we were getting a very strange feeling. Both of us simultaneously. They were not any extraordinary or odd things, not even a single voice. All calm, but we felt an utter fear. I mean, literally. It came from nowhere, out of the blue, but the feeling was very intense. We even went out to the courtyard to get some fresh air. Went back, but the situation wasn't getting any better. I can't explain why we were so frightened of what caused the experience, but it was terrible. We felt like we were in some sort of danger. Even considered leaving the house and going home during the evening, but the home was about 450 kilometers away, and we were very tired at that point. Eventually, we went back into the house, locked the door, and tried to get some sleep. Unsurprisingly, it didn't work, because we were completely frightened and we just sat in silence and listened. To be honest, I get goosebumps when I think about it. There was no voice, no knock, nothing but that very bad feeling, like something very bad is going to happen. We were so frightened. Eventually, we fell asleep, and nothing happened during the night, but in the morning, we packed our stuff as fast as we could, and off we went. Well, we have no explanation for the story. I've never experienced such a thing before, and it was shocking. I know it's not only shocking, but unbelievable as well. I did mention this experience to my relatives, though.
You are listening to the content of ParanormalM.com.
Let me start out by saying I live in Massachusetts. Normally people think one of the 4 locations wise for Massachusetts: Boston, Cape Cod, Salem, and the rest. The rest I have taken to calling spooky woods. This is about some spooky woods in western Massachusetts. I bought my house almost exactly a year ago. It's a 2-story brick square that was built in 1920. A lot of people think it had a commercial use before it was used as a house. It's almost 500 feet away from the road, with a gravel drive that I and delivery peeps don't much care for. I've seen a couple things out of the corner of my eye, like a brown cat. The only thing my cats have ever alerted me to has been a mouse in the walls. But the most important detail is that my backyard is woods. My backyard is a conservation area, so it won't ever be developed into housing. I've seen bears, deer, bobcats, opossums, owls, and lots of other little critters. I've heard even more, which brings me to an event that happened about a couple weeks ago. Actually, thinking better of it, it happened at the end of autumn, when my partner found a fairy ring of mushrooms, and not only stepped into the middle, but also poked every mushroom there. Thanks, darling. Why not just leave the door open for the fae to show up? Anyway, since he's played with the fairy circle, I have kept an ear and eye out for weirdness and pretty much said to the woods that his prodding was not an invitation inside. Then winter came and it got cold here, and it still is. On this night, a couple weeks ago, it was about 2 or 3 a.m. in the morning. The temperature was a single digit, but my phone said it felt like -3. Both me and my partner woke up together for no real reason that we were able to figure out. We have neighbours to the sides of us, but they're quiet at night. Our other neighbour is right by the road. We acknowledge that we're awake to each other. One of the cats is very excited we're awake and wants to cuddle. We're unsuccessfully trying to push him away when we all hear it. Whistling. It was so light that the cat's purrs were able to block it out. But he stopped purring, and we all heard the whistling in the woods. It was a jaunty little tune, like someone enjoying a stroll, except it was ridiculously cold out, and it was coming from the woods. It only lasted for a few seconds, and then the cat went back to purring and blocked it out even longer. Haven't heard it since. Part of me likes to think it has a happy custodian in high school, that I think sometimes just barely hear the loud pep rallies of. But the larger part knows I call these spooky woods for a reason.
You are listening to the content of ParanormalM.com.
This story was around 5 years ago, but both me and my mum remember it to this day. My mum was picking me up from my high school at the time. The school day ended at around 2:30, and we were driving into town, which was about 10 or 12 minutes away from the school. On the way into town, you have to cross over one of the little wooden bridges that goes over a small river. Keep in mind, there's only one bridge on this road, with sugarcane fields and gullies off on both sides of the road, before and after the bridge. I remember passing over the bridge before looking at the clock, where it read 2:46 p.m. We were talking about a bullying situation that happened at school that day, and about 2 minutes after we crossed the bridge, she said something along the lines of, "So your teacher dealt with the situation?" And as I was about to respond, the tyres lost grip of the road, and we spun out with tyres skidding and everything. The car behind us started honking their horn, and we screamed as we thought we were heading first into a gully next to the sugarcane. Then we just weren't. We were back on the road, but it looked like and felt super unfamiliar to us. As we were trying to get our bearings, with her still driving, but a bit slower, we both froze as we saw the bridge that we'd just passed a couple minutes prior, about 200 metres on the road in front of us. I started screaming again and freaking out, before looking over at the time that read 2:45 p.m. I screamed even louder and was really scared, but my mum pulled over and started to explain to me that it was just a glitch in the matrix, and that it's happened to her before. I just remember the feeling I had afterwards, this feeling that everything was off and didn't feel right, like I was somewhere I wasn't meant to be. And even to this day, I haven't been able to shake that feeling. I managed to calm down, but no one I told believed me. To this day, everyone just thinks it's a silly story, but we both remember the details of it so vividly. The feeling of not belonging is somewhat eased, and I can ignore it now, but it's still an itching thing in the back of my head. It's very hard to explain. That was my introduction to glitches in the Matrix and paranormal activity, which led me down the rabbit hole of Mandela effects, ghost stories, more glitches in the Matrix, to actually watching the Matrix series. I've had other really weird events happen to me in my life since, but nothing as prominent as that one was.
You are listening to the content of ParanormalM.com.
I'm of Cherokee ancestry, so I have assumed in some way this experience is linked to my ancestry, but it can also be linked to the land attempting to protect two innocent and stupid young adults. When I was 21, I decided along with a friend to go ghost hunting in the local sanatorium in Madison, Wisconsin, in the woods out back. This was back when Ghost Adventures was just getting big. I was pretty empathic, but at the time, that was about it. So we enter the woods and enter a clearing. On the recorder, I picked up this demonic voice saying, "I'm gonna get ya." It's a chilling recording. It's a hot summer night. The clearing is warm. We talk for a while to whatever is there, and then suddenly, it's not so warm anymore. It's freezing cold and pitch black, like we can see our breath, cold. I even put my hand in front of me to see if I can see it. That's how dark it is. I look up and I can't even see the trees, it's so dark. The negative energy was oppressive. I didn't like it. From the distance, both my friend and I begin to hear the sound of Native American war drums. At first they're faint, then they're getting closer. The overwhelming darkness begins to back off. As the darkness leaves the clearing, I follow the ground to the woods and look up to see a family of deer, complete with a buck, fawn and doe. It took me a while to figure out what was so off about them. It wasn't that they weren't breathing, that they weren't running, that they weren't moving. They were spirits, straight up grey and white, with black eyes. Immediately, I was overcome with such dread, not at the animals, but at whatever it was I could hear behind us. Whatever had leaves and twigs crunching under its feet. The doe nodded at me. A rush of wind kicked up around us. The drums were now at an all-time high, and the chanting was stroking an urgency in my veins that made me grab my friend and run away. I checked in with my friend to confirm the details of the story, as it happened 10 plus years ago. She remembers all the same things. I remember there also being an owl and a squirrel. I later found out that this was the site of one of the Native American wars. After doing some research, I believe I saw totems sent to protect me and my friend, or guard the land. Whether they were from my tribe or the ones that died there, I don't know. I'm just wondering what anyone else here thinks. Has anyone else experienced something similar in those woods? My friend and I believe someone was possibly there to harm us. Possibly a person drawn to dark energy. I'm not sure. All I can say is that she and I 100% heard and saw the same things. And it's absolutely the most vivid paranormal experience I've ever had. It sounded like an entire Native American army going to war. Also, at the time, there were no events scheduled to explain this drumming.
You are listening to the content of ParanormalM.com.
When I was young, I was a very awkward kid. I had a lot of difficulty making and keeping friends. I spent most of my time hiking outside of my hometown in the Angeles National Forest. I lived with my grandmother in the town of Wrightwood. I would spend most of my nights out camping, claiming to be going on small trips with my Boy Scout troop, when in reality, I would just take my backpacking tent and find a nice secluded canyon to sleep in. Whenever I would sleep in the canyon, I would have strange but comforting dreams, where my childhood dog, Shelby Lynn, would come find me in the woods, huddle up in my sleeping bag to stay warm, and I would talk to her throughout the night about my woes and my accomplishments. It always felt surreal when I woke up and she wasn't there, so I tried to go back as often as possible just so I could see her again, all the way up until I turned 16. I stopped coming to the mountains as often because I was spending a lot of time with my girlfriend down in the high desert. One day, about a year into our relationship, I decided to take her hiking up one of my favourite canyons. About halfway up the canyon, she slipped and badly twisted her ankle. It was swollen to the size of a grapefruit. I asked her to let me carry her back down, or to let me tear a piece of my shirt to use as a sling, but she refused, so we continued down. About 10 minutes into our hike down, she said she saw something. I asked her what it was, and she said she didn't know, just movement in her peripherals. Then about 5 seconds later, something scared her so badly, she almost fell again. I took her back home and we treated her ankle with a sling and a compression wrap. To this day, she still refuses to acknowledge what happened, and I think that's perhaps for the best. When I was 17, we eventually broke up. Her mother had gotten into an accident drink driving, and she was forced to move in with her grandparents. We couldn't keep up the long-distance relationship. I continued going to the mountains for 2 more relationships, and 2 more years, but I never brought somebody to the mountains with me during that time. I simply spent half my free time with my boyfriend or girlfriend, and the other half in the mountains, dreaming of my childhood dog in bliss. When I was 19, I met a girl who really understood me as a person. Foolishly, I thought that meant she might understand what was happening to me in those mountains. I told her all about my dreams, and all about what happened to my first ex. She wanted to try to see for herself. We left at about 8 p.m. and arrived at the base of my favourite canyon at about 9 p.m. My then girlfriend and I went hiking up with flashlights and some camping gear, hoping to spend the night. We spent a good 20 minutes setting up a site where I cleared all the flammables in a 5-foot radius and started cooking in my jet boil. We had some dinner, although I can't remember what we ate. I think we just Uncle Ben's rice and some bread. Then we decided to walk around some more. About 20 minutes into this hike, she stopped dead in her tracks. She had seen something moving, just like my first ex. She looked at me and asked me if I saw it too. I hadn't. Then she took another look and let out a small whisper of a scream. She grabbed me and asked me to take her back to our camp so we could leave. Later, she described to me a scraggly, dark, long-haired dog that looked to be about as tall as her and covered in mange and forest debris. She told me it grinned at her and that its mouth looked almost human. She begged me to never go back there again. She told me whatever was up there wasn't a friend, and that I should never have let it into my life in the first place. I believed her at the time, but now 5 years out of that forest, and 1 year out of our rocky relationship, I miss the forest more than anything else. I miss my dreams, and I miss the feeling of ease and bliss I got from being there. I want almost more than anything to go back there and spend a night, just to feel like that again. Safe, comfortable, and carefree. Should I go back? Maybe just for one night. Or was she right? Is there something here that's dangerous? And if so, why has it never seemed dangerous to me? Why do I feel safest when I'm there?
You are listening to the content of ParanormalM.com.
So as usual, I went to sleep fairly late in my apartment and slept rather well throughout the night. I woke up a few times, but that's just because I'm a light sleeper and a lucid dreamer. And sometimes I just lose control of a dream, and that tends to wake me up. I had a free day yesterday, knowing that I didn't set any alarms. So I slept for about 9 hours and then I woke up. Well, I kind of woke up. You know that feeling you have just before you wake up, like you're not even sure where or who you are? I couldn't open my eyes. I felt as if a big hand or something that felt like a hand was holding my face from the bottom up, right in a position it could easily choke me if it wanted to. I tried to move or open my eyes, but the more I fought, I felt like the whole area I felt the thing went more and more dead and numb. I felt like a million little needles poking me all at once, but not in a painful, more like a tickling way. I felt it turn my head to the left, and I think, somehow I knew it was studying me, looking me up and down. Now when I say it, I'm not sure if I even believe it was a creature or whatever. I'm not to believe in these things so easily, but I'm a lucid dreamer and I know when I'm dreaming and when I'm awake. Also, this is the second time something like this has happened, but let me finish this encounter first. I didn't hear or see or smell anything while it happened. I just felt the pressure on my face and slightly my neck and a sort of wariness around it, like it was a living thing. Now it's not one of those stories I have heard when it felt like it took hours and the people couldn't fight back. I kept on trying to move, and after about 10 seconds, maybe 20, I managed to open my eyes and I saw nothing. Nothing out of the ordinary. Just my dimly lit room and the streetlight barely peeking through from between the curtains. I turned my light on and I didn't see or feel anything weird. As weird as it sounds, I went straight back to sleep. With the light on this time. I've been thinking about it a lot recently though, and I figured I'd put it out here somewhere so people may theorise what it could have been, and what I might be able to do to prevent it from happening again, because it wasn't pleasant. As for the first time I mentioned it happened, it was a few years ago and thousands of miles from my current residence. About 3 years ago, I was at a friend's house and I decided to stay the night. This was back from where I moved from after about a year after this. My friend told me I could sleep in his big guest bedroom and he'll go sleep in his room, so that's what we did. I went to sleep and I kept having this weird feeling, like there was something else in the room with me. Being a non-believer, I figured it was a rat or something behind the old furniture my friend had. After about an hour of struggling to fall asleep, I started to feel really cold. Even under 2 layers of blankets, I was freezing. I curled up in a ball in hopes of warming myself up, and after a few more minutes of trying to fall asleep, this weird feeling became unnervingly, for the lack of a better word, scary. It felt like a primal kind of fear that I've always had, but never experienced before. Then I started to finally snooze off. This is when I felt a chill run down my spine, and I swear I felt something quickly pass over my body. At the same time, I swear I heard a loud whisper, like a really loud whisper. It wasn't a word or a cry or anything like most people say. It was more of a sigh, but like a really loud one, directly into my ear. I also felt pressure on my back for just a moment. This all happened in like 2 seconds, and it made me jolt up in shock. I turned on the light and stayed up as long as I could. Nothing else weird happened that night or since. Well, until now. I'm not even sure why I'm writing this. I'm sure most people who will read this will think it's fake, and those who do believe me might just not know how to help. I'm telling you it's not fake. Both things happened. I wasn't dreaming, it wasn't sleep paralysis. I'd know. What it was, I don't know. Again, I'm not really a believer in the paranormal. It might just be my head playing tricks on me, but it sure as hell felt real. So, this is me being open to suggestions, I guess. What do you guys think this is? And how can I get rid of it?
You are listening to the content of ParanormalM.com.
So I grew up in the small town of Hot Springs, South Dakota. I lived there until I was 5 years old. We lived in a small 3-bedroom house that was built in the 1800s. I remember vividly many strange things that happened, and my parents do also. I remember once I was sitting on the couch in the living room and was about to go into my room to grab a toy. The room was to the left of the front door walking in, and there was a faint light cast on the bedroom wall from a street lamp outside. The curtains were closed, so it was a fuzzy but semi-bright glow. As I was walking towards the room, a shadow of a man started to cross through the light. I thought it was a shadow from someone walking on the street. However, as I looked at it, this man waved at me, and it felt like it looked right at me. It was completely harmless, and didn't scare me as it seemed friendly, and I was a young kid at the time who didn't even know what ghosts were. I remember that so clearly. I once got a lava lamp, a real fancy tall yellow one. I loved it so much. Except one night, I was sleeping on the top bunk of my bed, and I heard a loud bang. I looked down, and the lava lamp is sitting perfectly upright in the middle of the room on the floor. It was unplugged from the wall. It turns out that the lamp broke, and my parents still blame me. I know what I saw, though, and can't explain how it ended up where it did. Upright, without any obvious damage. It just never turned back on. It was weird, and made me sad, too. There was one time I saw a chandelier-looking orb thing come out of my wall at night and float into my bed, and then my blankets got pulled back a little. That was all that happened, but it scared me enough to get my parents. There was nothing off in my room, but it was a weird occurrence. The house had an old mudroom near the back, connected to the kitchen. It was open to the outside, and that's where our dogs would sleep. We had 3 dogs, a young golden, a young Italian greyhound, and another young furry dog that I forgot the breed of. I walked outside during the day once, and I heard a voice coming from a vent. All 3 of the dogs lined up and sat down. The voice was speaking to them. It sounded like a really old woman with a rough voice. It was speaking past me and to the dogs, like it had no idea I was there. I can't remember what it said, but it asked the dogs questions and they all barked at the same time as an answer. It was truly bizarre. It scared the piss out of me, and I ran to get my dad. He brushed it off, but it was weird. Maybe it was a dream, though. Another time, on my 4th birthday, I got this awesome SpongeBob balloon. One of the foil ones from the store. I woke up at night to the balloon pressed pretty hard against the ceiling, and it was slowly dragging across it towards the door, but it was moving like a snail. It scared me so much, I ran and got my parents. Obviously they were pissed since it was the middle of the night, but my dad got up to check anyway. He actually saw the same thing, and watched the balloon pull itself under the doorframe and into the living room. That scared the shit out of him, and he immediately popped it and threw it away. He and I still remember that to this day, and can't explain it. My parents said that they encountered many weird things as well. I had a little toy that would talk if you pressed buttons, and they said every time they would walk into the room, the toy would say, "Hello there," which happened if you pressed a button. When they left, it would say, "Goodbye, friend." They hated that toy. My grandma had the same thing happen to her and hated it. It wasn't motion activated or anything. That furry dog would also growl a lot at night, and my parents found it locked in a closet multiple times. No idea how the dog got in there, but it did. That dog ended up attacking me one day, nearly ripping my eye out. We obviously put it down. But I find it strange how that was the only dog that ever growled for no reason, and got locked into random closets. I know that's a lot of stuff, but it's all very clear to me. I know I was young, but they're such clear memories, and my parents can back me up with the weird things that happened. The house also had the previous owner die in it before they bought it. That's not unusual for the area, as there is an old town that housed the VA, so many people died all over in many houses. I personally think that whatever was in there was totally harmless and wanted to protect me, and my very young sister at the time. Nothing was ever done to harm us, but with the friendly wave and the communication through the toy, and the way it locked up the dog that eventually attacked me and broke a possible dangerous lamp, is kind of soothing to think back to. I wanted to share these memories and ask if this stuff seems believable. I know I was really young, so it might not be real.
You are listening to the content of ParanormalM.com.
So when I was in high school, my friends and I were really into spooky shit that we had no business messing around with. We would visit cemeteries at night, go to our small town's local haunt spots to try to stir up any urban legends. But the story I'm about to tell made us quit cold turkey, trying to seek out the paranormal. One night, we were over to our friend's century-old home. I mean, it was old and creaky, and the perfect setting for a night of Ouija. We brought it out, and for the first half hour, nothing insane happened. Just some movement from the planchette. Then, feeling smug, I asked the spirits what my middle name was. The thing is, my middle name is literally made up by my parents. It's not a real name. No one in the circle knew, let alone could spell my middle name. There was literally no way someone could even guess it. But the board knew. It spelled my middle name perfectly, and I could feel my heart fall into my gut. Keep in mind, my hands were not on the planchette, so I couldn't have moved it myself. Everyone laughed because what a silly middle name that would be, but I had to confess that it was mine, and the colour drained from everyone's faces. All of a sudden, a glass ashtray that was sitting a few feet away on the coffee table split clean in two, and we were done. We left the house to go stay somewhere else, and fortunately, I've never experienced anything that terrifying again.
You are listening to the content of ParanormalM.com.
Back in 2017, during the solar eclipse, it was a kind of a celebration day in the US. The eclipse was set to happen at midday where I was. My co-workers and I were encouraged to step outside when the eclipse started and see it. I went out and saw the eclipse with everyone. Then I went back in and was going to go back to work, but for some reason I went back out. There were still a few people standing around. I looked up again and I sensed a powerful entity up there travelling with the eclipse. It wasn't visual, it was just a strong impression. In my mind's eye, I sensed the spirit was travelling with the eclipse and taking notes of all the abuses that people have inflicted. I sensed it was a spirit of revenge. It was going to take revenge for the abuses. Anyway, it was working very fast, like it was looking down at the population in large swathes. I guess it sensed me looking at it, and it saw me too. I didn't get the impression it had a lot of time to stop and think about someone like me. It was a short experience. It left a strong impression on me though. Even if part of that impression is that the day-to-day life of humans is barely a blip on the radar to angels. And I'm irritated, since I'm not some spiritual person. I feel like there should be a spiritual person who saw it, with everyone looking at the eclipse. I mentioned it briefly that day to 2 people on Facebook who can read my posts, and I told my mom. I also searched Twitter and mentioned it there some months ago. On some level, I was waiting for someone important to say something.
You are listening to the content of ParanormalM.com.
Last night, I was getting ready for bed, and as I lay down, I was finishing up a YouTube video that I was watching. When finished, I leaned over the side of my bed to plug in my phone, after setting my alarm for the morning. When I rolled back over to have my nightly prayer, I noticed a black mass over my body. It was a black fog that was partially transparent, but it felt heavy and had a density to it. It felt like a very negative energy mass floating above me. I immediately sat up in my bed, and I noticed that I started to feel high, as if I'd taken a drug or something. It felt like a head rush, and it kept getting stronger and stronger. At the same time, I noticed multiple different frequencies started ringing in my ears, very loudly. There were at least 3 different pitched frequencies I was hearing ring in my ears. And no, it wasn't just my tinnitus picking up. I have tinnitus and my ears ring 24/7 at the same pitch every single day, so I'm very aware of that. This was multiple different frequencies layered on top of one another. It almost felt as if something was trying to make contact with me. So I decided to turn on the light in my room and use the bathroom, because I have a bad habit of slamming water before I go to bed. I checked both of the doors to make sure they were locked, and got back to my bedroom to lay down again and see if the energy was still there. As soon as I turned off the lights again and lay down in my bed, I felt the same negative energy vacating my room. By the way, at this point, and also while I was going to the bathroom and walking around my house, the loud ringing in my ears continued and hadn't stopped. I also said to myself as I was walking to the bathroom, what the fuck is that noise? If there's anything trying to contact me, I cannot hear what you're saying, and this is just annoying and doesn't feel good. I feel sick from this, and this is only disturbing me and not making any sense. So please stop. So there I was, laying down for a second time and still feeling almost sick, with loud noises in my ears and feeling a negative energy in my room. And that's when I started to pray and ask God for help. I repeated over and over that we do not allow any negative energy in this house, and we only allow love and positivity in this house, and anything other than that needs to leave at once. I repeated this for maybe 5 or 10 minutes, as I also envisioned a white light in my head, beaming all throughout my room. I envisioned every room in the house and shining a white light throughout the entire thing, while I continued chanting for anything negative to leave, and also asking for God to rid anything negative. As I envisioned this white light beaming through the house, the colour white in my head would get brighter and brighter and feel stronger and stronger. After that, 5 or 10 minutes of doing this, the energy in the house had completely shifted. It felt lighter. The negativity was gone. I didn't feel nauseous anymore, and there was finally silence in my ears. I knew that my efforts had finally worked. And then after a few more minutes, I started to feel warmth and good energy in my room. It made me feel safe and welcoming to fall asleep. That's when I finally felt like it was safe and comforting to fall asleep. And so I did. One last detail I just remembered is that I have our house's washer and dryer in my room, because that's the only hookup spot. Fucking annoying. And my roommate was in my room yesterday night doing laundry. So I'm going to have a talk with him later today and ask him if he has any negative thoughts or energy around him while he was in my room where I sleep, while he was doing laundry. Because I can't control this energy before he goes into my room. But I can have a talk with him about it for next time. I know it sounds crazy, but I've been having experiences like this my entire life. I'm now 28 years old, but when I was a kid, I remember hearing voices and seeing shadows all the time at relatives' houses. And throughout my adult life, I've had extremely similar situations to the ones I've just described here. That's why I knew to ask for God's help and to envision a white light over my house. Earlier in life, I would have just given up and fallen asleep with the negativity in my room, feeling scared. But since this has happened multiple times, I now know the steps it takes to rid negative energy in my room. I've lived in multiple states, Michigan, Tennessee, and Florida, as of the last 10 years, and I've had the craziest and most reoccurring experiences while living in Tennessee, and secondly in Michigan, but almost none in Florida. Which is interesting, because I lived alone in Florida and always had roommates while in the other states. So maybe it does have something to do with other people's energy, and maybe I'm just more sensitive to it. Has anyone had a similar experience to this? Like I said, similar things have been happening to me for the better part of my life, and every time I tell friends or family about it, they can't relate to me.
You are listening to the content of ParanormalM.com.
I was 8 and woke from a vivid nightmare around 4 AM. I lay awake for a while and was spooked from the dream and couldn't get back to sleep. So I decided to go downstairs and watch TV until it was time to get ready for school. I was sitting on the sofa facing the TV. The door upstairs was to the right of the TV and had glass panels. As I was watching the TV, I could see out the corner of my eye a light in the doorway to upstairs. I looked towards it and saw this figure. A glowing pale bluish shape with an open robe and hood. No face or features, but 2 eyes brightly shining orange and red. It was beckoning me forward with its left hand, making a come here motion with its finger. I don't think I ever felt terror like that before. I slapped my hands to my face and hid my eyes from the figure. I remember feeling trapped, as I didn't want to open my eyes and had nowhere to go. I must have had a rush of adrenaline as I ran with my eyes closed shut, straight back upstairs, passing whatever may have been there in the doorway. I did the standard dive into bed and hid under the covers. I waited until my dad got up for work and remembered to keep going into his room to ask if he was getting up soon. Eventually he woke up and headed downstairs and I followed behind. No sign of anything. My heart was beating and I was still terrified. I followed him all the way through the kitchen to the bathroom and stood virtually behind him as he took his morning pee. I plucked up the courage to tell him what I saw. "Dad, I saw a ghost." He just replied back, "No, you didn't. It was your imagination." And that was that. I'd have been inclined to believe him, as I was a pretty weird kid. I loved horror, monsters, and the paranormal, but I'd never experienced anything like this before. The whole feeling of the night was strange. I remember it now, all these years later, like it was yesterday. I may have thought the nightmare I had sent my imagination into overdrive, that the light was reflecting from the TV onto the glass panels in the doorway, and my overactive brain translated that into this image of a phantom. There's just one thing that doesn't let me dismiss it completely. I found out that when I came downstairs that night, I wasn't alone. Our cat was there too. Fugly, a big silver Persian cat my stepmom owned. My dad thought it was hideous. Hence the name Fugly. This was one of those cats that was so docile and goofy, you could do anything to it, and it would just purr. Just didn't seem to have a bad bone in its body. Would let kids pick it up like a rag doll, and was super affectionate. I followed my dad out to the bathroom and walked through the kitchen. I spotted Fugly on one of the dining room chairs tucked under the table. I bent down to look at her, and she was severely spooked. Her eyes were like saucers, and her fur was on its ends. She was nearly twice her size. I did the pss 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 and put my hand towards her. She hissed, scratched my hand, and drew a small amount of blood. This really stayed with me, as I'd never seen her like this before, and even after, she never displayed this behaviour.
You are listening to the content of ParanormalM.com.
I moved into my apartment approximately 9 years ago. It was a factory that had been converted into lofts into the early 2010s. I felt compelled to make this post because there have been some limited and strange experiences I've had over the years that led me down the rabbit hole and made me aware of an unsolved murder that occurred on the property in 1998. I'm just wondering if this lines up with any other experiences out there. Shortly after I moved in, I was living on my own and had an experience where I'd fallen asleep in front of the TV. And when I woke up and got up from the couch, I stepped into a thick puddle of liquid that was not there when I fell asleep. The puddle was approximately 30 centimetres in diameter. There was no obvious explanation in terms of air ducts, underlying pipework, and I didn't have any liquids I was drinking that could have fallen over. The liquid wasn't water. It was thick, viscous, and smelled like coconuts, almost like a shampoo. I just cleaned it up, called my parents to see if there could be an explanation, and they said to just monitor, but it could have been a leak elsewhere that moved there. I never experienced anything like this again, but the experience led me to searching online for answers. Online, when I searched the explanations of liquid appearing, it gave me normal answers, but also led me to discussions about poltergeists. To discount it, I basically rationalised that there usually had to be some sort of trauma, and so unless something bad happened on the property, I could likely discount the theory. I can't say I was a true skeptic, but I'm definitely someone who would rather not poke and find things I would rather not find. Long story short, I discovered that my building was previously a factory, and that in 1998 the owner was murdered in the parking lot. The case is still unsolved, although a police officer was quoted in the news as saying that they know who did it, but there wasn't enough evidence to prosecute. When I had discovered this, I kind of made the link and simply mentioned the story to people in the building, and friends, and mentioned about the strange liquid appearing. I chalked it up to this murdered soul trying to get some acknowledgement, and ever since I've been telling the story, I haven't had another physical experience, but recently I'm starting to sense I've been getting other experiences. For the past year, whenever I work in my home office where I sit right at the window, closest to the street, I've been having a recurring kind of feeling or sense of getting shot by a gun in the head. Or at least what I imagine it would feel like to get shot. I get this feeling when I'm awake. They aren't dreams. It's like my mind drifts into it. It's hard to explain. It's like the memory of a car coming by and I feel my head clock back violently. This has been a recurring kind of memory or irrational fear that comes and goes. But it's been happening for like a year, and only when it's dark outside. I think it might be the spirit trying to communicate how they felt when they got murdered. When I first researched the murder, I didn't pay attention to where the victim was shot. But I just went back to review the news articles, and they mentioned it was an organised mob hit with a getaway car, and 3 men who shot the victim once in the head and twice in the stomach. I just made the link to the recurring memory and the shot to the head. The murder happened at 7 in the morning, and my stomach tends to randomly hurt at that time for like 30 minutes, and then completely fine for the rest of the day. This isn't every day, but here or there. Has anyone had any similar experiences? Is there anything I could do to put the spirit at ease?
You are listening to the content of ParanormalM.com.
This is extremely weird, and I have no idea what to think. I recently moved to a new province, and I'm really enjoying life out here. New friends, new job, and now a new ghost, it seems. I've had many paranormal experiences, including something that followed me from home to home. Since moving, I've not had any negative experiences, or even felt uncomfortable. I recently moved into an old fish house in one of the main cities here. It's a little rental right on the water. It was a great overall vibe, and I work from home quite a bit, so I'm very comfortable here. These experiences are mainly just odd, and kind of cute if I'm being honest. I have a little cat who I brought with me, and my first real experiences in this house includes her. When we first moved, she was instantly attracted to a specific windowsill at the front of the house, where she now spends most of her time. She would always act like something was playing with her or petting her. I'd always hear her purring and see her rubbing herself all over the window randomly throughout the day. Then, I would start to wake up in the night to hear her playing with something in the living room right next to the window. I often found little trinkets or pieces of trash that I had never seen before scattered in the living room after being asleep all night. This is, again, not that unusual for a cat. They tend to find really odd things to play with, so I brushed it off. Then one night, I had a friend stay over, and she swore up and down that my cat had been playing with a ribbon that was hovering mid-air in front of her. I figured it had gotten stuck on something and that the cat had just started playing with it since I never did find the ribbon, until the next few experiences happened. I recently started binging TV shows, and one of those shows was Downton Abbey. If you don't know what it is, it's a period piece drama set in the 1910s. Every time I would turn on the show, I would hear quick little steps running into the living room from the front window. I thought it was my cat, and didn't think anything about not seeing her, since she is black and blends in with the dark flooring. When I would turn off the TV, I would sometimes hear a click, and the TV would go right back to Downton. It would always play season 1, episode 3, and I could never find a technical reason for both the TV, the Xbox, and Netflix all being turned on at the same time, especially to the same episode. I do have a Chromecast as well, but generally you have to go to the app and click a few buttons to cast. Also, the source would need to be changed on the TV. This happens nearly every time I turn off the show. It's a bit annoying, but now I just leave the show on while I do other things. The only other thing that has happened is sometimes I hear soft banging or tapping from the closet beside the front window when my cat isn't there, almost like it's calling my cat over. My cat is loving it here, and we're super happy. This is such a great house, and it seems like whatever is here enjoys having us. It doesn't seem like some of these experiences are exactly paranormal, but when all of them are happening at the same time, it makes me pause. Not too sure what to think yet, but it seems harmless enough, right?
You are listening to the content of ParanormalM.com.
This event happened around November 2022, and it was 8 p.m. I was by myself at the entrance area of the school. My dad and I go to an evening and night school. I'm studying computer science, and my dad studies mechanical engineering. At that time, I had the 3 first periods free because my teacher was sick. and I was hanging out at my dad's class when I saw that the break was coming up after I had the class, and because of the distance, I decided to cross the campus so I wouldn't be late for class. The break was 10 minutes, and it took 8 minutes to cross the campus at a normal pace. But due to my osteoarthritis, sometimes my legs are heavy and my walking is slow. That day was a day that my legs were heavy, and my osteoarthritis was flaring up, and my pace was very slow. So at 8 p.m, I was waiting for the bell to ring, signalling the first break, and I was sipping my hot chocolate from my thermos after having gone to the school cafeteria to get some ice cubes to put in because it was too hot. I was about to start scrolling through my phone since I was by myself, and I felt very on edge. I was coming down from a week-long anxiety attack, and thinking it was because of that I felt on edge. To my left, there's this entrance door that leads to the second school on campus, my old high school, and where I was about a few minutes ago, since my dad's class is located in the basement of the building. Outside that building, there's a lamppost, and I turned to see it. A second after my eyes set on it, I noticed it was flickering. I thought nothing of it, thinking that it must be bugs flying around it, or because of what is happening with the energy crisis our town is lowering the voltages, causing that flickering as they did during COVID-19 lockdowns. Hence why I don't think it's paranormal. But what makes me post this here is how the flickering and the black that appeared in between it started becoming bigger and bigger every time. 3 times it flickered, and the 3rd time the black spot was very big. Then there was an oomph sound from everywhere and nowhere at the same time, before almost the entire campus was divided into darkness. Everything was dark except the classes. I could see the lights from the space under the door. The darkness lasted for maybe 2 or 3 minutes. I jumped up and walked as fast as my legs would allow to the cafeteria, to ask the lady behind the counter and the cleaner that was with her, chatting if they were okay. To get to them from where I was, it would take me a couple minutes tops, but when I entered the cafeteria, the lights came back on, and when I asked, they said there was no power outage. Confused, I walked back to the bench I was sitting at, and everything was normal. The bell went off and a break ensued. But in the minutes of darkness, it was completely silent, and I felt dread and on edge, even a bit of fear. I'm used to power outages from living on an island growing up that had many times run out of power throughout the winter. So I always carry a flashlight with me, and I make sure my phones always have flashlights. What was that darkness? Why was I the only one to live through it? I asked my dad, and he said there was no power outage. Same answers from my fellow classmates and my mum when I asked them. Any theories?
You are listening to the content of ParanormalM.com.
I'm going to night and evening school in a small town in central Macedonia, and one of my classmates, Zoe, has 2 kids, a son and a daughter. The son lives in Shanghai and the daughter lives in Amsterdam. This Christmas, Zoe orchestrated a surprise visit with her son to Amsterdam to go see her daughter. After the surprise, they decided to do tourist stuff, and on an Anne Frank tour, when Zoe noticed a familiar person, me, or at least someone who looked like me. I'm talking identical looking to myself. She wore the same outfit I would wear on the first day back to class after the holidays. My white fleece shirt, my fleece grey leggings, my black trainers, my black cardigan, and my grey puffy jacket, along with my purple beanie. My pink Oxford-themed scarf and emerald green gloves. The identical me wore the exact outfit as described, and had the same hair colour as me, dark brown, and even had the same body type and walk. Zoe spent most of the tour being perplexed and hurt that I didn't come and say hi. So by the end of the tour, she walked up to the identical me and got her attention. But the identical me turned, and Zoe, instead of meeting my glass-wearing hazel green-brown eyes, Zoe was looking into emerald green eyes and no glasses. Confused, Zoe asked her name, and she said that her name was Helena Nastu, instead of my name, and she was from Igo in Peloponnese. To make things weirder, the last name Nastu is a family name from my dad's side of the family. Igo is where my maternal grandma and her family are from, and Helena is a family name and a name that my parents considered naming me. Zoe then shared this event on the first day of class, After we exchanged gifts, and I shared wrapped desserts for my name day, which was on New Year's Eve. I found it very odd because it reminded me of a different story my mum told me that Uncle Nikos, a family friend referred to as Uncle, experienced in early December. The event goes as such. Uncle Nikos lives in Athens, and one day he was on a public bus when he saw me on the bus. He found it hilarious because he was on the phone with my mum. He hung up because he was about to get down and decided to pass by and surprise me. She wore the same grey puffy jacket, and she had red hair like I had the last time I saw Uncle Nikos. He walked up to her and tapped her shoulder and called her by my name. When the other me looked him up and down, confused, and Uncle Nikos saw emerald green eyes. And Uncle Nikos realised he made a mistake. He called my mum asking where I was, and Mum eyed me across the table as I was eating breakfast and said I was with her. He got so confused and told us the story. My money is on the doppelganger, while my dad thinks it's a parallel universe version of me. While my sister thinks it's a cousin of ours, but spent the holidays looking for her social media and couldn't find her. Dad asked around the family, but there's a Helena Natsu, but we don't look alike at all, and she's blonde with blue eyes. It's the first two names that people said when they see me somewhere I haven't been, and even someone looking identical to me, and it's not my mum.
You are listening to the content of ParanormalM.com.
In March, we moved into our house, which was built in 1887. Over the last few months, some seemingly harmless things have been happening with more frequency. Small things falling in rooms no one is in, lights flickering, small objects moving, appearing and disappearing, strange sounds in the house that aren't explainable. Whenever I hear a sound like that, I stop what I'm doing and listen intently to try to understand what's causing it. Sometimes as soon as I go back to what I was doing, there's immediately another sound. I'm starting to worry that somehow my paying attention to what's happening, I'm encouraging it and playing a role in increasing frequency. One other thing happened that I really hope is not related, but feels worth mentioning. For context, I'm an avid lucid dreamer, and I've never experienced sleep paralysis. I woke up in the middle of the night a few months ago, feeling like someone was staring at me. I opened my eyes, and even in the near complete darkness, I can see a face right in front of my face, staring at me with a huge smile. My head was on the side of the bed, so he was like squatting with his hands on his knees next to the bed, staring right at me, like he was watching me sleep. I immediately rolled over and tried to wake up my husband, and while trying to kick up blankets and pillows between me and the man, but my husband won't wake up for anything when he's fast asleep, and it was pointless. I ended up huddling against his back under the covers and eventually going back to sleep. I'd like to write off that last part as a dream or something, but I feel in my gut that it wasn't. The energy I experienced from the man was not a negative nor a positive one. My sense was that he didn't think I could see him and was not trying to scare me. I've also had a friend who visited the house since that incident says she feels an energy in the house, but that it doesn't feel malicious. This was without me bringing up anything that's happened. She said it unprompted, asking me, "Have you experienced a presence here?"
You are listening to the content of ParanormalM.com.
My boyfriend and I are camping at the Fall Pickens campground in Pensacola, Florida. Last night was a full moon, and around 9:30 or 10 at night, we went for a walk down to the beach with our husky to look at the ocean and check out the moonlight. We sat there for maybe an hour and just talked about life in general. But towards the end of the conversation, we started talking about how the ocean can play tricks on you and how strange the energy can be sometimes. We were swapping stories about how we've seen people who we thought might not really be people before. And I understand that when you're talking about things like this, it puts you in a very specific type of headspace. All night, I tried to justify what happened to us as a trick of our minds and us hyping ourselves up. But we both saw the same thing at the same time, and there's absolutely no way it wasn't real. We started walking back to camp, and it was maybe a quarter mile from the beach down the little boardwalk thing to the main road. Once you get to the main road, you see the entrance to the campsite, and there's a small parking lot there. A stop sign, a picnic table, and a building that looks abandoned and out of business. This building is 1 story tall and doesn't have any signs out front, and I don't believe the doors and windows are shuttered, but they're definitely not accessible. Like, I wouldn't even be able to press my face against a window and try to peek in there. It's that kind of boarded up. So I was sitting on this picnic table while Shane was standing and telling me a creepy story about something he saw in the ocean when he was 11 years old. We were there for maybe 10 minutes and were talking about this story, and I was trying to debunk it and figure it out with him, when all of a sudden a girl comes walking out of the campsite area towards us and stops at the building. We were both thinking nothing of it, because we had already seen 2 people walking that night, and we knew people were active because it was a full moon and wanted to make the most of the campsite. But this girl walks up to the abandoned building and looks as if she's peering into the window or trying to open the door on the right side of the building. I almost even remember her standing on her tippy toes. She obviously doesn't get in, and then she decides to walk all the way across the length of the building, right in front of us, to the left side. This is when I start to get uncomfortable, because she doesn't look at us or address us, even though we're loudly standing there talking. And the way that she was walking, all I could see was like her side or back profile in a long brown ponytail. I know this doesn't make sense, but it's like, how can somebody walk from right to left in front of you and you don't see the side of their face? All I saw was her hair. It's not like she had her head turned, if that makes sense. So she rounds the corner on the left side of the building and doesn't come out. At this point, I'm actually invested and I'm grilling the location she went to the whole time and don't take my eyes off of it. I don't really know how to explain this, but it didn't seem like she walked back behind the building. It seemed like she was right there and was waiting for us to do or say something. There's a little ledge on the side of the building that looked maybe 3 or 4 inches wide, kind of like a gutter hanging off. And I swear on my life, it's like she went behind this little 4-inch ledge and flipped herself sideways and was frozen and just watching us. Shane has this spotlight for hunting that he uses as a flashlight, and he shined it on the little ledge area of the building that she went behind. We kept seeing something low to the ground on the side of this ledge, and it made us think that she was just standing there doing something. So Shane shined his light in that direction and screamed, "Yo, what's up? Are you good?" After this, he kept his spotlight pinned where we thought she would pop out, and after a delayed 4 or 5 seconds, we literally saw her spring out of the shadow and leer forward facing right. She had her back hunched over, so she wasn't standing as tall as she normally would. I can't explain how scary it was to be sitting there watching this whole thing take place. And once we shined the flashlight, have this person's face pop out from the side of the building. It would have been less scary if she never came out, and we circled the whole building and no one was there. Her movement was incredibly unnatural, and it was as if no human being would respond with their body language that way, after having a flashlight shining on them. It's like she couldn't figure out what to do, and she showed herself only because we made her. It was almost as if she was scared of getting caught for doing something wrong, not scared of us. The way she popped out her face was turned towards us, and she had her arms kind of sprawled out, almost like praying mantis arms or something. I know this sounds ridiculous, but there's literally no other way to explain this. But the best part about this part of the situation that neither one of us figured out until we talked about it later was that neither of us saw a face on this woman. It was just smooth skin or clay-coloured, rounded, and with no eyes or facial expression. I want to say that I personally almost saw divots or pits where the eyes should be, but there was nothing substantial there. We were still trying to figure out this encounter, so we weren't super quick to get scared at this point. We thought it was our minds playing tricks on us. So this is where the story starts to differentiate a little bit, so bear with me. After she pulls her body back behind the ledge, Shane turns his flashlight off, when I asked him to, because I felt like it was rude. At this point she's back behind the ledge, and the light is off, and I see her extended body about 3 feet off the ground, as if she's crouching and reaching out at the same time, like she was going to take an over-exaggerated step, and almost tiptoe like a cartoon character or something. She leaned forward 1 step to the right, and then pulled herself back behind the ledge, and stood up straight, and started walking back to the right side of the building in front of us. Shane has his flashlight on the whole time now, and she just says, "Oh, I just wanted to change without having to go all the way back." But it's like, all the way back where? She literally just came from the campground. She could have changed there if she was heading to the beach. Was she going to swim at 10:30 at night? It just didn't make sense why she needed to change in that specific spot. The strange part is that I specifically heard her talk about changing, and Shane heard her say something about just having to pee. I'm not sure if one or both of us just misheard her, or if Shane just assumed that's what she was doing, because that's what I thought at first too. But as she walked from the left side of the building across to the right, and back down the trail towards the campground, she kind of scurried away quickly, as if she was embarrassed. And the crazy thing is that I didn't see her face the entire time she did this. It was like she walked across the first time. All I saw was her long brown ponytail. After she slowly walked down the road back towards the campsite, Shane and I were talking about how fucked off that whole interaction was, and that we need to get back to our own site. And he told me that this person had a short, blonde, bob, or Karen-style haircut. He couldn't believe me when I said that she had a long brown ponytail, because he hadn't seen that colour anywhere on the person. There's absolutely no way that one of us could have mistaken these two specific haircuts and colours for the other. As we walked back to our campsite, we walked past a handful of good dark trees that I, as a female, would definitely have peed or changed behind. It's like this building was so far out of the way, and I would never think to go to the distant right side of it by myself late at night in order to change my clothes. Like, it just didn't make sense with the choices that she made. And trust me, we've spent enough time in the city that if we were in New York, New Orleans, Venice, Denver, etc., and we saw somebody doing stuff like this, we would chalk it up to the person being high and just kind of laugh it off. But this is a random, quiet family campground where everyone is super happy and peaceful. Sure, we try to justify that maybe it was just some drunk chick being sloppy and not knowing what's going on, but even that doesn't hold any weight in comparison to her body movements and that smooth face we saw staring back at us. Nothing about this person's body movements were natural. Not when she came slinking up, not when she didn't notice us sitting there, not when she looked in the window, not when she walked across the building, not when she dipped behind the ledge, not when she peered out, not when she crouched down, not when she replied to us, and definitely not when she scurried off. This is one of those situations that had tears in my eyes and had me shaking, but I was incredulous at the same time because I couldn't believe it really happened to me. It's like I almost couldn't even be scared because it already happened, and I just had to sit there and process that I really saw what I did. We talk about NPCs sometimes and joke about people making us uncomfortable and maybe not being real. And we really believe that sometimes we cross paths with angels, but this was something else entirely. This was something that seemed with a lower form of less intelligent than us, that was pretending to be human.
You are listening to the content of ParanormalM.com.
I live in an 1880s farmhouse. I've had issues with the home ever since I moved in. Bad dreams before the move-in date even. Even my sister had dreams about the living room of the home being filled with red light and angels trying to keep her away from it after nightfall. Sometimes the property can be quite beautiful. Other times it shines a darker kind of light. For now, I'll ignore a majority of the experiences and speak about the woman I came here to talk about. I just can't get her out of my head. I see her cruel eyes every time I close mine. I only pray that it'll stop. And soon too. It started with a dream. I guess it was more of a nightmare. I was standing in the kitchen next to my mother and a woman asking about the house. The woman seemed to know the energy was off. She seemed to be a sort of psychic medium. She started asking me questions about the home. Do you hear banging at night? Does it come in threes? Do you often feel watched? Do you sleep well at night? Do you wake up with scratches and bruises and have no explanation for how you received them? The whole shebang. It was while she was asking me her questions when I started to feel heaviness in the air. I felt as though I were being watched, so I turned to look into the library off the kitchen. The light for the library was off, but I could still see through the dark due to the dim glow of the hanging ceiling light in the kitchen. Though I honestly wish I hadn't been able to. When I looked into the library, I saw a figure hanging from the ceiling upside down. She was standing with her arms out as though she was formulating an upside-down cross with her body. She was mocking Jesus Christ. She dropped down from the ceiling and dragged her body across the floor before standing up in the doorway entrance from the library to the kitchen. She walked over to me and grabbed my shoulders, and without moving her mouth, she told me that she was never going to leave, that I couldn't send her away, and that she was always going to torture me. I began screaming at her to leave in Jesus' name. She only smiled. I pushed her out of the house, but she still smiled at me from the other side of the door. I woke up breathing heavily. The entire day I could feel this woman's presence around me. I was sure she was real. This was the first time I'd ever seen her. I decided my room was the problem, and since I didn't want to see her again, I changed where I'd been sleeping. I went to sleep in the room off the garage on the couch. Everything was fine for a few nights. Until it wasn't. I had been dreaming of an elderly man. He was standing at the entrance of the doorway to the room I was sleeping in. He simply told me to run and that she was coming. The look of fear on his face was one I'd never seen on anyone before. He was horrified. I asked him what he meant because the woman wasn't on my mind, but all he did was point. I looked over to see the same woman from a few nights before running towards me. Her black frizzy hair and solid black irises staring into my soul. As soon as she reached me, I felt a heavy weight on my chest, and I began to wake up and be in the real world. But I was unable to move my body. I tried to open my eyes, but I could only manage to open them for a second or two at a time. And every time I did, I saw the woman crawling around the couch. My eyes were closed for most of it, but I felt it get on top of me and my eyes opened one last time, to see her on top of my body and ready to bite me before I passed out. I don't know if I was afraid or simply tired. Maybe both. When I woke up again soon after, I checked my phone to see it was around 5:47 a.m. It wasn't that early, and there was some light from the outside windows. I sat up in bed trying to process what had just taken place. I decided to brush it off, but as hard as I tried, I couldn't shake her face from my mind. So I drew a picture of her. I'm not an artist by any means, but I needed it down on paper. This was the second time I saw her. I decided to stay in the room off the garage because it was clear that it wasn't the location. I didn't see her again for another few nights. Until I did. I was dreaming again. I sat up in bed because I felt her near me. It was a sickening feeling that I couldn't mistake for anything else in the world. I heard scratching from a nearby door. The entrance to a closet in the corner of the room where my mother kept large racks full of tablecloths and bags of unopened chips. I turned my attention towards the noise. The door to that room is a difficult door to open. I often have to throw my entire body weight into the door to open it, but at this moment it opens on its own. As the door slowly opened to nothing more than a crack, I could see half of the woman's face. Her blank, expressionless face stared at me from behind the door. I didn't move, nor did I make a sound. I was kept in place by my fear. She slowly exited the room and walked towards me. I jumped off the couch and backed away screaming at her. I told her she wasn't welcome and that she was to leave my house immediately. She never blinked. She only continued slowly moving closer to me, as if I hadn't been yelling at her at all. She only stopped to bend over and look me straight in the eyes, her face inches from mine. Then I woke up. I shot straight up and looked towards the door to the closet. It was still closed. This was the third and final time I saw her. 3. Yet another mockery of God and the Holy Trinity. I've never seen her again since that day, but sometimes I still feel her around me.
You are listening to the content of ParanormalM.com.
This happened a couple days ago. My family and I went to an old asylum while on vacation. They'd renovated it up a bit and put a couple of stores and a restaurant inside, so my father thought it would be a nice place to visit. Ha! When we first drove into the driveway, I was overcome with dizziness. I couldn't see straight, and I could finish typing the message I'd been typing before we pulled in. As I got out of the car, the dizziness subsided for the most part, and we all went inside. It still looked like an asylum. The doors were like metal cage doors. The floor was old and cracked. The walls were old yellowed bricks, and there were entrances that were covered over with more bricks, so no one could enter. As we began walking down the halls, I noticed something was off. The overall feeling in the place was just terrible. I started getting a headache, but it was only minor. I know spirits can give people headaches and stomach aches, so I wasn't surprised. As I said, mine was minor, but I couldn't help but notice that my sister was getting worse and worse. As we continued walking down the hall, we stopped to look at one of the stores. There was an old-looking metal door that resembled something that would be in an animal cage. It was just a pitch-black empty room on the other side. I had mentioned to my mother the feeling I had about the place, and so as a joke, she held me close to the cage and said, "Look in there. Do you see a ghost yet?" As they were all laughing, I stood there in shock, for there was someone on the other side of the gate, looking back at me. I ripped away from her grasp and kept walking down the hallway from the cage-like door. My sister was giving me a look, so I knew she wanted me to tell me something. We went off to the side, and she told me she had a terrible pounding headache. We kept walking as she told me about it, but I could see she was getting worse, like she didn't know where she was going anymore. I took her outside the building for a minute to help her head, and told her to pray and imagine a white light around herself. As she did this, and started to walk away from the building, her headache was getting better. My father scheduled for us to eat inside the building, and our table was ready, so we were forced to go back inside. She told me her headache was even worse than before, and that she was about to pass out, and that the praying and white light now made it worse. We were texting each other, and she was telling me that she felt a strong pressure on her back and head. Soon enough, I could see she couldn't take it anymore, so I took her outside again. My parents were furious, but only because they didn't understand. Once I took her outside, she started to cry and shake, and so I took her away from the building, and we went on a walk. We went across the street, and I talked to her about how the Lord was with her. Her headache stopped, and so did the pressure. Our parents texted us, telling us that the food was there, so we were again forced to enter the building. I held her hand and prayed with her before we entered again. We ate as fast as possible and got out before our parents did. We drove off, but she still felt uneasy, and so did I. We got out of the car at our next destination, but it was almost like we were still in the asylum. My sister started crying and shaking again. She asked me if it could make her kill herself. I asked her why, and she told me that it was giving her suicidal thoughts, and that it was making her depressed and draining her energy. I took her and my mom and dad, and we all prayed together over her. As I placed my hand on her head while praying, it was weird. I could feel it there still. It had followed us there. I thought she would be an easy target, and maybe she would have been, if I wasn't there. Maybe that's what scares me the most. I'm not sure if it's gone or not, but when we arrived back at the hotel, I saw and heard someone following me in the hall, so I thought it was my sister. But when I turned around, no one was there. But that could have just been a different spirit. I'm pretty used to them by now. Last night, my sister and I didn't sleep. We were kept awake all night. Maybe we were scared, or maybe we were kept up by something else. Something dark. Something inhuman. Guess we'll know soon enough, won't we?
You are listening to the content of ParanormalM.com.
I'm a professional chaplain for the Order of St. John of Rhodes, Malta, and Jerusalem. I specialise in blessings, cleansings, and spiritual conflict. If you're ever looking for advice, feel free to PM me. I'll be more than happy to help, if I can, but otherwise, I thought I'd add to the experiences here. I've had some awesome paranormal experiences, and was around this sub a little while ago. I'm becoming active again, so I thought I'd share a recent experience which freaked out my partner. After I started to get more involved in spiritual guidance, conflict, and intervention, we started noticing more stuff happening around the house. One thing that came to visit was a large dark figure, They were about 8 feet tall. It was coming from an underground storage next to our room. After getting involved in a particularly nasty case, things started with knocking on the door from the underground storage area. Once a day, at random times, we would hear a simple knock, knock, knock. The area was a brick-walled room with a dirt floor, but there was no external access by either wind or people. We largely ignored it, and when the knock happened, if I was there, I would rebuke whatever was knocking by letting it know it wasn't welcome. My partner, however, opened the door after knocking but didn't tell me. The next day, we were relaxing in bed when the guitar standing next to the door strummed twice incredibly loudly. Again I rebuked, but again I didn't know she'd answered the door. The night I was struggling to fall asleep, I was tossing and turning and was frustrated, so I opened my eyes to go on my phone. When I did, roughly 20 feet away, I saw a huge black shadow figure standing in the corner looking at us. It was well built, with broad shoulders and a strong-looking body. I was frozen in shock at first, and then flashed my phone's screen in its direction. It didn't disappear immediately, but slowly dissipated from the bottom upwards. I prayed an incantation and went back to sleep. The next night was the same. I struggled to sleep and had a feeling why. When I was almost asleep, I opened my eyes and again there the figure was. Except this time it was standing next to the door to the underground area. I grabbed my blessed Maori weapon and stood, then started to perform a fairly serious prayer. This half woke my partner up. As I prayed into the darkness, the same thing happened. The figure slowly disappeared. The next day my partner asked what I was doing, and I told her. I then asked her if she'd seen anything, and she said she'd been hearing the knocking and tried to find the source. I asked if she'd opened the door after knocking, and she said yes. So I finally did what I should have, but was probably too scared to at the time in case I picked up a fight I couldn't win, and blessed both our rooms and the storage room. I used frankincense and myrrh incense, holy water, and prayers in English, Latin, and my native Maori language. I placed an iron cross above the door on the inside of the house, and placed bigger wooden crosses above all of the entry points to my room.
You are listening to the content of ParanormalM.com.
I'm staying with my partners, living with her family while we save for a house, in a relatively new house. But there's one room that's given her the heebie-jeebies. But she's never told me until she scolded me for making shit worse with that paranormal crap. I do love her, and she loves my work, but she opened up to me that when she was younger, she lived in what she believes to be a haunted house, and it terrified her. The room is a concrete cellar that's underneath a section of the house. The house is built into a hill, and our bedroom is the only access door to the concrete cellar. Here's what's happened so far. I was on my computer and I heard 3 gentle knocks on the cellar door. I thought I was being paranoid, but to be sure, I muted my music, did a quick look around the room to make sure no other doors or windows were open, and then went back to work. After about 5 minutes, I heard 3 definitive loud knocks. I rebuked it, I prayed, and tried to cleanse it. But I honestly think I need to cleanse the room, or do some work on it, because at the moment I'm on the defensive. Then a few days later, I was slowly waking up in bed. For reference, my guitar sits next to the door to this cellar. My partner was reading next to me, and we both heard 3 loud twangs on the guitar strings. Different strings too. That really freaked her out, and she got really mad at me again for helping people in this forum. I didn't rebuke this because I was half asleep, and really should have. The final thing in this room, which I only just found out, is her younger brother refuses to go into the room. If there are things that need to be stored in there, he puts them outside of the door and leaves it for someone else. I asked my partner why he does this, and she said it's funny. He brought it up too. He said he's not surprised you put a cross above the doorway. Whenever he goes in that room, without fail, he has the nightmares all night. He won't go in there. I have since bolstered up my protection somewhat, and things have quietened down. I have a Bible open on Psalm 91. Every night I burn frankincense and myrrh outside of the door. There's a wooden cross above the door, and a rosary on the door handle. and a silver cross held in the Bible. I know it seems overkill, but I take this seriously because one morning I woke up and the central components of my prayer station were thrown across the room. I have a picture on my profile, but basically the parts in the middle that can't really fall were thrown on the floor. The rest of the station is 3 blessed Maori weapons, a Bible older than our country, a wooden cross, a silver and green stone cross necklace, and a whalebone tiki. This was a good enough reason to make me take things seriously. My partner was also freaked out one evening when I was sitting up in bed, dead asleep, holding the blessed patu and chanting in Maori. I've never slept, talked, nor walked. The worst I've ever had was snoring. She said she tried to talk to me, and I didn't answer. I just kept chanting, and when I woke up with the patu in my right hand, she asked what I was doing with it. I honestly have no idea. The one is probably just sleep talking, but the timing was funny. Last story, and probably the most overt one. I was making popcorn in the kitchen when I got this massive weighty feeling of dread coming from a corner of the lounge. My dog was growling at the corner as well, and when I went to comfort her, there was an audible, undeniable from the corner, "Huh?" It was really strange, but as soon as it happened, my dog went ballistic.
You are listening to the content of ParanormalM.com.
So I used to have tons of little paranormal experiences, up until I turned 18. Then they just stopped, and nothing for nearly 20 years. Then about 6 months ago, I started getting super interested in the paranormal again, and I've been either reading people's experiences here or listening to podcasts, and things have started to happen again. I believe the more attention you give to the paranormal, even indirectly by reading about others' experiences, can give them enough energy to interact with you. Some backstory before I get into my latest happenings. I started dating my ex-wife in 2009. We moved into our house in 2010-11. Her family owned it before us, so she grew up in it basically. They always believed there was a presence in the house, but apart from a dumb teenage girl moment with a friend claiming to be sensitive, or another girl claiming to see something, no real experiences ever happened. But as adults, when we moved in, we always sensed something there. Not really malevolent, but powerful enough of a presence to put you, and sometimes also company, at ease. But for literally a decade, 0 actual experiences. Nothing unexplainable. But even when talking about the paranormal, and even making jokes and subconsciously trying to stir something up, out of sheer curiosity. Then in 2020 we separate, and I moved out. In this new place, I occasionally feel a small presence. I chalk it up to either imagination, or maybe there's someone watching over me. Who really knows what's there that we can't see? We can only speculate. Now cut to 6 months ago, when I started to get super drawn to the paranormal again. And I began reading people's stories literally every night in bed, as I wound down to sleep. In my story before I shared about my experience with the Black Horseman, I mentioned when I talked about the paranormal it seemed to, as I call it, stir shit up. As in, if you give them attention, they would feed off the energy enough to actually interact with you somehow. Now that I'm giving more attention to this world we know so little about once again, it seems the same thing is happening all over again. I'm starting to feel the presence much stronger. Weird for sure, but I'll continue. Then around October, I had a new experience. I was in the basement bedroom, only 2 floors. The stairs are ridiculously loud. You can always hear them, even over the TV or music, even when you try to be sneaky. They're just damn loud. One morning, about 6:18 a.m, I remember exactly because my morning ritual is I wake up before any other roommate, get dressed, and relax on my couch playing on my phone until 6:30 when I walk out to leave for work. Or before any roommate wakes up for their routine. I'm in my room sitting on my couch looking at my phone, waiting on time to leave. Dead silence in the entire house. Sitting on the couch in my room, facing my open bedroom door. Suddenly, I hear the loud creaky stairs as something slowly walks down to the basement. All 13 steps. I think this is very odd as I watch the doorway into the hall. There's no reason for anyone upstairs to come down here. They have their own bathroom up there and nobody gets up before me. but I think maybe it's a roommate coming to talk to me before I leave. I wait 1 or 2 minutes. No sounds, no lights turn on or off. Then the same lad steps back upstairs. Then the weird part. If anyone is walking upstairs, I hear them at all times. The floor is absurdly loud and creaky. So if someone goes upstairs, you immediately hear when they walk to afterwards also. This time immediately silent after the steps up, which is impossible. I even tested it with a roommate later that day. Also, when I came home, I asked each roommate if they were up during that specific time frame. They were not. I did everything in my power to explain it away. There's zero logic to disprove it. I tried. Next experience. I and my ex-wife are still friends. She's still in our old house. We're getting ready to sell it and move to another state, so we decided since her roommates are moving out and we have to work to get it ready to sell, I would move back in, since I'd be there so often anyway, and we get along well enough. Immediately, the presence in that house is stronger than I'd ever felt before I left it. Every night, I'm still reading and listening to stories and podcasts in bed, getting very creeped out. Dumb and brave, I continue anyway. One evening, I go with my ex-wife to help do janitorial service at a church for a mutual friend, which she does on occasion for some side cash. She's been doing so for months and asked me to come along this time because she hates going there alone because she thinks it's haunted and gets spooked out. There's a specific room she hates and feels like there's always a presence in that room, and it makes her extremely uneasy. A friend was hanging out with us and decided to tag along. So we get there, and she asks me to handle that room because I don't rattle easily. So she's in the bathrooms, the friend is just standing in the hall talking to us, and I'm in the hall running an extension cord. And I walk past the door to that particular room. I look at our friend as she turns sheet white and says as I walked past it, the door slowly opened, even though it was locked solid. Take that as you will, just a door coming unlatched or paranormal. But it felt unlikely it just unlatched, as it's a heavy solid built door with a sturdy lock. They lock every door in this church for whatever reason. Anyway, I tried recording some audio in the room alone a couple times, hoping to catch something, but I've captured nothing so far. I'll keep trying whenever I get the chance. I also say, you're not allowed to follow us home or attach yourself to us, and you're not allowed to feed off our energy before we leave the church every time. Third experience. First week of December, my ex-wife left town with a new boyfriend, leaving me alone in the house for a couple months. A buddy of mine who's pretty sensitive to spirits and such is visiting, and we end up talking about the paranormal. And I bring up the strong presence here, which has felt significantly stronger since being alone. He mentions he's felt something watching us from the kitchen the whole time, and nervously changed the subject. That night, I went to bed, read some stories, got all spooked and got sleepy, put my phone on the charger, turned off the lights, and lay down. I'm still very much awake after only about a minute or two since turning off the lights, when I feel something clear that can be pat on the bed next to my foot, as if someone took their open palm and just firmly went pat, 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 pat. I am most definitely alone in this house. There's no way it was a person. I calmly said, do not mess with me while I am in bed, and you are not allowed to feed off my energy. Please respect my home and my boundaries. And tried not to freak out as I tucked the blanket under my body as if it was a protective shield, and eventually went to sleep. After that, I don't read spookies every night anymore. Shit needs to calm down until I'm at least not home alone.
You are listening to the content of ParanormalM.com.
My ex-wife thought she was a psychic, or had some kind of clairvoyance or paranormal abilities. We would kind of half joke about it, and even now I kind of look back on it cynically and chalk it up to her wanting attention. But there was this one time that I still wonder about. Charlie had never met her great-grandfather. She had heard a lot of stories about him though. He was a tall, angry man that always wore a three-piece suit and loved to beat his wife and children. He was by all accounts a mean, violent alcoholic. He died destitute and was reported to be buried in a particular cemetery in a nearby city. Being a fan of cemeteries, we would visit them frequently. often to take photographs or just to explore and memento mori. One afternoon, we were exploring a large cemetery across the street from where the cemetery where her great-grandfather was supposed to be. She had often talked about trying to find his grave, but no one seemed to know where it was. I believe we had gone looking a few times, but came up empty-handed. As we were driving slowly through the other cemetery, Charlie, who was looking out the passenger window, suddenly yelled out, "Stop! Stop the car!" I stomped the brake, and she undid her seatbelt, opened the door, and walked hurriedly into an area dense with headstones. I watched her walk in about 20 feet and then stop. She was staring at a headstone. I put the car in park and got out, and walked over to join her. There was his grave. He was buried next to a friend or distant relative, in the other half of a double plot. Apparently when he died, there was no money to bury him, and there was a vacancy thanks to the friend or relative that had a double plot that they ended up within the divorce. So that meant that there was basically a free hole in the ground they could stick him in. And the guy who was in the other half didn't mind sharing the eternal resting place, since his ex-wife was going to be buried with the postman or whoever. She said she didn't see the headstone from the car. I believed her about that because she had terrible vision. Uncorrected, her left eye was so bad that she couldn't recognise my face across a restaurant table if she covered her right eye. She hated wearing glasses, so she rarely did if anyone was around. She said that she just had a feeling. I couldn't see the name on the headstone from the road, and my vision was excellent at that time.
You are listening to the content of ParanormalM.com.
This happened one evening in the summer of 1984 or thereabouts. I was a teenager walking around with 3 friends in the general area of the suburban neighbourhood where we all lived. There wasn't a lot to do, so it was common for kids our age to stroll around at night, talking, laughing, and getting into minor mischief. There was a large wild area with streams, a swampy area, lots of trees, and a rocky area with mounds of dirt. It was an area of several acres, mostly surrounded by single-family homes in a few adjacent neighbourhoods. There were houses on 3 sides, and on the 4th, a large empty field, an elementary school, and some municipal buildings. There was a narrow asphalt path that ran through the middle of the area, presumably to provide a way for kids to walk to and from the school. The whole area was referred to as the Path. It had a reputation amongst the kids as a scary and dangerous place. In my mind as a child, the Manson family was living there, holding satanic rituals and sacrificing kids like me. In reality, the scariest thing was older kids smoking pot and drinking pilfered bottles of Millicob in the woods, or making out in shady leafy hollows. So on this particular evening, it was Frank, Keith, Brian and me, wandering around aimlessly. We decided to walk down a dead-end street and cut through the yards into the woods of the Path. It was dusk, the light fading completely as we cut through, stepping over an old stone wall and into the dense underbush. We didn't have a flashlight, and the only way we could see where we were going was to spark the flint wheel and an empty Bic lighter one of us had. It provided a quick, dim strobe flash by which we could get our bearings. We picked our way single file through the underbush to a narrow, flowing brook. There was a fallen log across the stream, so it was a quick 1-2 step to cross it. On the other side, as we knew from playing in the woods, was a narrow dirt path that ran perpendicular to and intersected with the asphalt-paved main path off to our left, maybe 100 yards away. To the right, the path continued through the dense bush and made a 90-degree turn and traversed a slight rise through a forested area, ending in the large field by the school. One by one, we quick-stepped across the log over the stream and pushed through the bushes onto the overgrown dark narrow path. I was third in line, Frank and Keith having gone first. As I emerged from the bush, and as Brian was making his way across, I heard Keith's voice, shrill and frightened. "There's someone standing right there." Frank and Keith were to my left, facing in my direction. I whipped my head to the right, and sure enough, there was a man standing there not 6 feet from me. It wasn't a tree. It was just a dark, silent shape. Appeared solid. A man-shaped blotch darker than the darkness. No question, a man standing there. I could make out the brim of a hat that appeared to be tilted back on his head, so the outline was ovalish. Not a horizontal line of a hat pulled low across the forehead. The figure was silent, unmoving. As I stared in terror, the figure shifted slightly, maybe turning or raising an arm. Somehow, my impression of this was not movement, but a subtle change in the shape of the silhouette. It was unclear what the movement was, but it was just that it was a slightly different outline, but it displayed no perceptible motion. We broke and ran away in a panic, truly scared for sure, but laughing and hooting hysterically, leaving poor Brian behind to be murdered. We reached the asphalt path and stopped, catching our breath, with Brian arriving a few seconds behind us. He hadn't seen a thing and was somewhat perplexed, to say the least. As we stood panting and jabbering under a streetlight at the south end of the path, we compared what we had seen. Frank and Keith concurred with what I had seen, a slim, silent man in a hat. Then Keith said, "When I was looking at it, it sort of changed, like it didn't move, but it changed shape." That gave me goosebumps, since that was the same subjective observation that I had had. Brian didn't see a thing. Poor Brian. The dirt path was very overgrown, with weeds and bushes all but obscuring it. It was disused by that point, so it wasn't easy going, and it wasn't a route one would take a reasonable choice, especially at night. This is what made it particularly frightening. To encounter someone standing silent and motionless, exactly where we happened to emerge onto the path after crossing the brook. Who was it, and why were they just standing there? How did they get there, and why didn't they speak to us? Why were they wearing what appeared to be a farmer's hat? All of these things flashed quickly through my mind when I saw the figure, but in one sudden jolt, arriving all at once was a giant "what the fuck" in a primal part of my brain. My impression was that of a slim man in his 30s or 40s, about 5'8" to 10. Kind of the same build as my doctor as a kid, who always reminded me of a guy from the Civil War era, because he was short, thin, and serious. Was it one of the residents of the neighbourhood who, perturbed by the obnoxious teenagers cutting through his yard, had somehow silently and quickly threaded his way through the dense, dark underbush in order to menacingly glower at us in silence? It could have been, and if so, that in itself is terrifying. Bravo on scarring us for life, Dr. B. I'm still in touch with Frank, and we talk about that experience from time to time. Nearly 40 years later, it still gives me chills to recall the encounter.
You are listening to the content of ParanormalM.com.
I haven't seen spirits for a long time, and they usually show up as a wisp or something kind of streaking by. Well, the other night, I'd seen the shadow creature trying to get my attention with it streaking in front of me. I finally decided to confront it. I closed my eyes and told it couldn't be here. What came into my mind's eye wasn't anywhere near human in spirit. It got close to me and had all these eyes, kind of opened its mouth up, and all these eyes surrounded it. It was kind of like a gorgon. Mouth on the centre, eyes all around it. The eyes could expand and replicate, like you were looking in a kaleidoscope. I told it wasn't welcome, but it just tried to overwhelm me with these eyes that would change and kind of kaleidoscope out. I've got a good amount of experience to know that I could force it, so I did. I imagined a bubble coming out from my chest that manually pushed him up the street. He was fighting the whole time but wasn't able to come back in. It really irritated me that he'd been working so hard for my attention. I didn't see any more streaks that night or since. After all this time of finding out metaphysical and healing things, that's the first time I got to kick a ghost's ass on his plane.
You are listening to the content of ParanormalM.com.
This past July, I went for a tubing trip on the Osable River in northern Michigan with my family. We went upriver to float down to our property abutting the river. This is in the middle of the Huron National Forest and a gorgeous river for fishing and swimming. My family and I loaded into a pickup truck and headed a few miles upriver to a small trail that leads down to the river. Unfortunately, my uncle nearly missed the turn off and pulled in a foot off the trail of the drive and slashed the inside of a tyre on a culvert. In total,
It was myself, my aunt and uncle in their mid-60s, my cousin and his 2 daughters. Sadly, no one brought a cell phone and the spare was rusted to the undercarriage of the truck bed. My aunt, who doesn't like to wait for a solution, decided to hike back to the cabin immediately while we waited. I went with it because my aunt shouldn't be the one to do this in the first place. The walk is along a state road, a 2-lane country highway with either a 55 or 45 mile per hour speed limit, depending on how twisted the road is, as it winds through the Huron. Both sides of this road are shrouded by tall white and red pines, occasional birches and the like. Very scenic, very lovely, yet very hot in the early afternoon of early July, when one would rather be tubing down the river. We walked east up the westbound shoulder, and vehicles would pass every few minutes. Typically, you could either hear a distant radio or music playing, followed by the nearing rumble of a car or truck coming. Nothing out of the unusual. However, as we walked, we heard what sounded like classic rock music coming from the trees. It was coming closer, and it really sounded like an oncoming vehicle, or someone moving on an ATV or bike, except there was no sound of an engine or rumble of tyres. I thought perhaps someone was just out of view in the tree line. There are no houses or cabins on this stretch of road, nor trails nor roads. It's pure forest. The sound came closer, and I was trying to identify what song it was, as it sounded somewhat familiar, or so I thought. My aunt, a lovely lady, kept walking and busting ass without so much as a care in the world, rather sure she was cursing my uncle repeatedly. Within the span of 30 seconds, the sound was nearly on top of us, yet we couldn't see any source for the music. As it closed to within 30 feet of us, still off to our left in the forest, it should have been obvious, but it wasn't. And that's when the music became louder, along with a bit of buzzing like static or flies. And then it was there, invisible. It was perhaps 5 feet from us, and it had to be a swarm of flies, buzzing in unison and in differing octaves of the same notes. Definitely not classic rock music, but oddly and incredibly musical. And the noise moved at a clip like the passing car and trucks doing around 50 miles an hour. I was expecting to have to swat or run from a swarm, but yet there was nothing there. No black dots swirling about, nothing landed or stung or bit us, and as quickly as it came upon us, it kept moving and passed by behind us, heading westward. And as it left our area, the audible buzzing diminished and its noise warped back into the sounds of classic rock music. Now, I'm aware we used to have a tent bug problem in northern Michigan. This year, Traverse City released scores of black flies to annihilate them. The only thing I can fathom is that it was a swarm of flies buzzing and flying in such a manner as to produce such a noise. However, I've not been able to Google any evidence such a thing can occur. We walked on, and I stated to my aunt that was the oddest thing, and she shrugged it off, agreeing but not caring. I was hydrated, not drunk or high, and dismissed the occurrence as, I'll figure it out later.
You are listening to the content of ParanormalM.com.
Many years ago, I lived in an old house. We had many spooky encounters there. This is the brief story of one such encounter. One night, I awoke sometime in the wee hours in the dark bedroom. I saw movement to my right, and turned my head and saw the dark silhouette of an arm sticking straight up from the bed. The hand was bent at the wrist, dangling, with fingers fanned out and limp. The arm and hand were slowly moving back and forth. I assumed it was my wife, perhaps dreaming. I watched, somewhat disturbed at the strange behaviour and motion. I reached my hand out to gently grab her arm to wake her up, and to my surprise there was only air. The silhouette faded away. Startled and frightened, I called out her name. She sleepily answered me. I felt the covers and her arms were both completely underneath. It took me quite a while to get back to sleep. Another time, my wife woke up and looked over to see the silhouette of me, sitting up in bed next to her. She asked me what I was doing, waking me up to groggily respond to her. When she heard my voice come from the bed instead of head level of the sitting figure, she was similarly startled and frightened. Quite a few things happened in that house.
You are listening to the content of ParanormalM.com.
This is a story about an old house in a rural part of central Massachusetts. It was a huge old house that had originally been half of a hotel. The other half was nearby. For some reason, it was split in half and the halves moved about. That always perplexed me. It was a huge 3-story Victorian structure with wide porches. How and why the building was split was never explained to me. The house was owned by some friends of my parents. They would host parties with lots of people, and the woman would play the piano and sing. There were lots of kids there, and we would run around inside and outside while the adults socialised. My memories of the house are vague, as this was more than 40 years ago. I do remember that the house was huge and had way more rooms than the family that lived there could use. Up on the 3rd floor, there were several hotel rooms with doors, largely unchanged since it was an operating hotel. The family that lived there openly talked about the house being haunted. I was fascinated by their stories as a child. Odd things would happen, such as repeatedly finding the telephone receiver out of its cradle and sitting on the table next to the phone. Light bulbs would go missing, apparently unscrewed from the socket and spirited away. The one anecdote that left the deepest impression on me was one that the mother of the family told us had happened to her. One afternoon, she was vacuuming in one of the rooms on the 3rd floor. She turned around and was startled to see a man standing in the room, motionless and staring at her. She described him as a man in a grey suit, wearing wire-rimmed glasses. He didn't say a word and just stood staring at her. Caught off guard and flustered by the man's sudden appearance, she said the first thing that came to mind. "Would you like a cup of coffee?" He simply disappeared before her eyes. I never understood why someone would offer a cup of coffee to an apparition, but my mother said that the woman explained it as she was aware that the house had an apparent presence, and that she felt it was benevolent, and she wanted the presence to feel welcome.
You are listening to the content of ParanormalM.com.
So my buddy and I were on our way home from a party at my mother's house at around 1:32ish, and went down the same direction I went before. Oh yeah, I wasn't alone this time either. Anyway, we were just driving and joking around like any other night, and once we got to a certain point, there was a heavy fog much like before, so obviously I slowed down a bit. We drove normally for a bit after that with much less conversation because of the fog. Then the turns started again. My buddy, who we're going to call DJ, mentioned the turns, and then I mentioned the story that he laughed at me about and never believed. After that, he was very serious, and we didn't joke around anymore. We went up an incredibly steep hill that just kept going up. There were turns both sharp and wide, but we kept going upwards the entire time, at least 20 minutes. About 15 minutes into the climb, DJ started to pray, and I handed him the rosary I kept in the car, and he took out the Bible I kept in there too. After we stopped moving up and the road flattened out, after going straight for a little bit, there was another very tight turn. I felt the hair stand up all over my body and drew the Glock from where I kept it. DJ saw and drew his as well. As we rounded the corner, I slowed down even more, barely crawling forward. The corner ends and that thing is there in the road, crouched just the same as before. DJ says something, but I don't remember what he said. And I stopped the car. We're farther back than I was the first time. The thing is just barely visible at the edge of the fog. I lean out my window and level my gun. DJ does the same, except he opened his door and rested his gun on that. I wait for something to happen. I don't know what I was waiting for, but I didn't fire. We sit like that for maybe 2 or 3 minutes until DJ says, "The hell are we doing here, bro? Let's get the fuck out of here." He shuts his door and keeps his gun outside the car and leveled. I get back in and put the car in reverse. As soon as I do, that thing stands up. It didn't do it the same way as before. It was instant. There wasn't anything in between crouched and standing, like a video skipping frames. I pressed the gas and slowly moved backwards, and it disappeared into the fog. DJ relaxes and pulls his gun inside and lets out a nervous chuckle. I back up more and turn the car around. When we get all the way around, the creature is in front of us again, closer than it was before, still facing away from us. Not gonna lie, we might have screamed like little girls, but it didn't move when we did. I put the car back in reverse and gunned it backwards till it disappeared back into the fog. This time, DJ is screaming for me and gets us the hell out of there. I see that I'm doing everything I can. After going backwards a bit, I bring the car to a stop, getting ready to turn around again. Before I can, DJ screams again and I look up. This thing is definitely facing us now and is coming at us full tilt. Its mouth was open, but making no noise. Its arms were spread out like it was going to try and grab the hood of the car. I lean out and just randomly pull the trigger. I dump the whole mag, not bothering too much in the way of aiming, and I saw at least 2 holes open in its chest. It slams forward onto the pavement and crawls underneath the car. I look into the rear and see it running. DJ leans out and tries to fire, but he doesn't. I gun it forward and just speed off. We both notice that something is making sparks out the back of the car, but don't stop to check it. We keep driving and end up going back down the incline we climbed before for about 5 minutes, before we're suddenly back on the road and we were originally driving before the fog rolled in, and the fog slowly dissipates over the next mile or so. Once the fog is gone, we drive for a little longer, then pull over and see that the thing knocked my muffler loose and it was dragging on the pavement. I attached some zip ties to keep it off the ground, then we left and went back home, silent the whole time, gripping steel till we walked in the door. I don't know what to do now, but I figured you guys might. At least someone believes me now, I guess.
You are listening to the content of ParanormalM.com.
I wanted to share with you something I experienced when I was living in an apartment a few years ago. I'm sure this place was haunted. Many weird things happened, and yes, I tried to find all kinds of rational explanations before, but couldn't find any. I won't make a list of everything that happened, but many were common paranormal stuff. What I mean by common is, for instance, feelings of being watched, things moving, footstep noise while no one's home. Already pretty scary, but we all read these kind of stories before. The weirdest thing is what I want to talk about today. I've loved paranormal stories for years, and I read thousands of them, but I never heard or read anything that would compare to what I lived. In my bedroom, there was sometimes a light on the wall, really close to the ceiling, on the wall just behind my bed. It was like a small part of the wall was being lit by some light, but there was no source. It wasn't a reflection of outside lamps or the moon through the window or curtains, or something in my room. It was like the light was on the wall. It's really hard to explain. It looked like a rectangle, and the light was a very pale phosphorescent white. The first days we moved in, I noticed it and thought it was the little lights we put on the walls or ceiling for children that the previous owners forgot, but there wasn't anything. That all looked very normal. I showed my mum one night and she just brushed it off. The weirdest part was it wasn't every night. It was sometimes 2 or 3 times in a row, and then nothing for a few weeks, and then again. I remember being so scared of it, I wouldn't dare look up while laying in bed. Usually, once I turned down the lights, it would appear after maybe 5 minutes and stay for hours. When I woke up in the night, it was usually gone. One day, I decided to cover up with a poster, and that shit moved just next to it. Have you ever experienced something similar? I never had a clue what it was. There wasn't anything on the wall or in the room. I checked many times.
You are listening to the content of ParanormalM.com.
I have some big problems with ghosts, demons, ancestors. I don't know. Since I was 4, I see creatures which seem to be like shadows. I also can hear them whisper, but I don't know what they're saying. I also have the feeling that I know them like my parents, but I was never able to speak to them. I also have cats. One already died, but 2 of them are still alive, and they can also see them. I know this because they tried to attack or scare them. But it never was an issue when all of a sudden they started to hurt me. Usually it's just 1 or 2 cats, but sometimes I have wounds which really hurt. And to make it even stranger, after I got a wound, something bad happens in my area, like illnesses, or even worse, like death. And I have even more examples. Sometimes they stand in groups when I see them, and sometimes they're alone. They look like regular humans, but without any face or anything else, just the shape in the form of a shadow. And they're following me everywhere. And while I'm writing this, they're watching me.
You are listening to the content of ParanormalM.com.
I live on a farm on the side of a mountain in the middle of nowhere in British Columbia's interior. No cell service, neighbours are beyond shouting distance, a very on-your-own lifestyle out here. My trailer is at the top of this property next to a barn, surrounded 360 degrees with forest, except for the little road up there. The mountain, Mount Ida, has a long history with the Aboriginal people of my area. I've been told stories of the mountain since I was a kid. Basically, the summary of every story is people are banished from the mountain because the spirits make it too dangerous. All sorts of weird things have been seen and have happened on this mountain. Last night around 10:45 p.m, I heard 3 sets of sirens rush by the road. Out here, you never hear sirens. In my accumulative 15 years here, I've heard 1 siren, and it was earlier this week. Basically, it just intrigued me at that point. Wasn't until about half an hour or so that my power cut out. I'm already in bed by this point. Lights are out. The only way I noticed was because I had no Wi-Fi. Now that's always a heart stopper, because out here, no Wi-Fi means I'm entirely on my own. This makes me anxious for sure, but I'm more worried that I won't be able to call the fire department if something catches on fire than anything. Then out of nowhere, I hear this super sharp and loud cry, like a kid who just crashed on a bike. Hysterical crying from what sounds to be a young child. My dog's going absolutely nuts at the door. Now, if you're familiar with cougars, you should know that they can often mimic a child crying, and scarily accurately too. So laying there as the tension builds, I'm just telling myself it's a cougar, that's all it is, just a cougar. For me, that's the best case scenario right now, that it's just a cougar. Dogs have finally calmed down, and I'm still just trying to get some shut-eye when I hear the second sound. This was an ungodly sound that I've never heard in my life. This one sounded like a mix of every horror movie monster all at once. I can't even describe it. It was about 5 seconds of pure screeching, like a demonic banshee with the vocal cords of a T-Rex. The bass to it shook my bed. It was as if there was a concert-sized sound system hiding in the forest blasting zombie vomit. I could taste my heartbeat at this point. My dogs are acting like rabies-ridden pit bulls towards the door, snarling and growling like whatever just screamed was on the other side of the door. I didn't know what to do at that point, so I couldn't call or get in contact with anyone. Lights are all off. I'm just laying there in the dark, utterly and completely scared. I was about to get up and go investigate. It's the middle of winter, of course, too. I just laid there checking my phone every 30 seconds, seeing if the Wi-Fi came back. Nothing else came after though, just ended up falling asleep at some point. As of this morning, everything is back to normal. Nothing creepy going on, power's back on. Made a post in the local Facebook group, and nobody else in the area heard anything, and only a few lost power as well as me, so take it as you will. Cougar in heat? Bigfoot coming out of hibernation? 1,000-year-old native ghost trying to get me off this land? I'm not a very paranormal guy, and I have no idea what it could have been at this point. Would love to hear your thoughts, ideas, or questions.
You are listening to the content of ParanormalM.com.
So our last house was a townhouse, and I believe that one family before us lived there. To my knowledge, no one died there, but our neighbour in the house across from us passed away there, and we also lived walking distance from a cemetery. The way the house was laid out, it was 4 floors. Bottom floor was the basement, the main floor was the living area, kitchen and dining room. The second floor was my bedroom, my parents' bedroom and the laundry room. Top floor was an attic loft type space with a walk-in closet, which was my sister's room. Since my sister's room was the entire top floor, part of it was directly above my bedroom. This is your pretty standard paranormal stuff, but whenever my sister was at work, I'd hear distinct footsteps from upstairs. I don't mean the house settling bullshit, but it was feet dragging across carpet footsteps, as if someone refused to pick their feet up off the floor. The next one was when I was about 9 or 10. I always wanted to sleep with my sister in her room, despite having my own room. Eventually, she got tired of me sleeping with her, so that night, my parents made me sleep alone. I was laying in bed, crying and upset. In the middle of me crying, directly in my ear, I hear, shh. Now for this next one, I was sitting in bed on my laptop. My bedroom was perpendicular to the hallway, my door was open, and in my peripheral vision, I saw what appeared to be a figure poke its head into my bedroom, then retreat. I looked up after this and called out for anyone, but no one was there. This one may be the scariest one, but this one is at least a bit irrational. I was asleep one early morning and was woken up to the sound of someone whispering in my ear, "Wake up!" And I felt as though I was being shaken. This one may be written off as a half-sleep, half-awake hallucination, but it was still freaky.
You are listening to the content of ParanormalM.com.
I've been an avid camper most of my life, more than I actually lived in the Wyoming wilderness for almost 2 years, as a child in a house on a nature preserve. A place where electricity was only available by generator, and we had to boil water that me and my siblings carried up from the creek. All of this before I was even 10 years old. If there were emergencies, it would be at least an hour before we would get to help and help could get to us. I've hunted for dangerous game and seen some weird shit in the desert. So when I say I will not venture into the woods of the Cascade Mountain Range alone, it's important to know that the wilderness doesn't frighten me easily. I was 23 years old when a friend of mine, we'll call him Darren, invited me to a camping trip. The site was a place a few miles up a logging road, so about an hour-long hike from an already back-road as fuck back road. It was just me, Darren, and his good friend Wade. Place was from the logging road, about 10 minutes down a trail. The moment we got to the site, I was excited. The small lake was beautiful, barely touched by people over the years. It also comforted me somewhat when we got to see that within the last month, at least somebody else had camped out there. We ate a bunch of chili and hot dogs, but around dusk, the guys went off into the woods and came back with a sealed bucket they had buried the year before. And we opened it up to get into some MREs they stowed in their cache. It was looking to be one of the better camping trips I'd have in my adult life. That night was a bit different. For the first time in my life, I felt uneasy sleeping in my tent. I couldn't quite place it. Chalked it up to not being used to camping without my dad. Darren brought his .38 special for protection from predators, but he was the only one armed. The next day it rained, and we tried to wait it out, but eventually called it quits, packed up and went home. Fast forward to the next year. Me and Darren get the itch to go camping again, and I wanted to give that site another shot. I spent a great deal of effort convincing a bunch of my friends to tag along. In the end, it wound up being 6 of us and a big white German shepherd. Me, Darren, Wade, James, Charles, and Rita, James's girlfriend, and Moogie. Knowing about all the uneasiness I felt the first time, I brought my 12 gauge. James wanted to get some unregulated target practice in. We also brought a quad with us this time, so we could haul a bunch of extra water, booze, and other supplies to make our weekend more comfortable. First day, as we're setting up, we hear a loudspeaker playing some music over by the south end of the lake. So we're deciding, big dick Americans, me and James sauntered down to meet the source of the noise pollution. Now, I have to commend the coolness of the cop that was just having a fishing trip when 2 large armed men emerged from the tree line. We introduced ourselves, mentioned the others, but not exactly where we were camping, just that it was nearby. That's when shit started to get creepy. It could have just been cops doing cop shit, but this guy really wanted to know exactly where we were going to be. Then he mentioned his favourite spots nearby, and really wanted us to try this other spot 2 more miles down the logging road. At a point, it was almost like he was suggesting that was the only spot where we wouldn't be in trouble. Darren showed up finally, told us that he spoke to the landowners several years ago, and they were fine with us being there. Cop was mad, but we lied and said we'd check out the site he was pushing. None of us trusted the guy when we left, so we decided not to. It was like a horror movie setup, the whole shady cop tells us to go to the spot where his hillbilly friends are going to kidnap us kind of vibe. So we move on pretty early in the day. So we set up our stuff, get a fire going, float around on our giant 4-person inflatable chair boat thing. Biggest highlight of the day, Charles cut down an entire dead tree with nothing but a small axe. An impressive feat of stamina and strength. It was a good day leading into a good night. But right after it got dark, I felt uneasy again. The first thing that worried me was a couple of us heard something big splash into the far side of the lake. We thought maybe it was Moogie, but he was by the fire, his head now perked up and looking in the direction of the splash. Since we were drunk, we thought maybe the floaty thing might be compromised, so we went down with flashlights to pull it out of the water and onto the bank. Then we heard the owl. Charles, Wade and Darren were already passed out by midnight. Rita was humming along the fireplace with Moogie, and me and James were out getting some more wood so the fire would last. We heard an owl start up its hooting, a cadence I was familiar with in the area, but something was off about it. I have a gift for mimicking bird noises, so what I noticed immediately is the ending hoot was off. Almost always sounds like the owl is rolling its R's as that final hoot of the sequence goes. James, not nearly as outdoorsy as me, says, "That almost just sounds like a person." We joke, listen to it a couple more times, then I do my own attempt at an owl noise. Silence for a few minutes. Just as I'm thinking that makes sense because of the noise, it starts up again, but not just one owl. Another started up about half a second after the first. The new owl sounded more like an actual owl from the first one that seemed to have started up again. And after the first hoot from the real owl, the fake one stopped short. "Did that owl just tell the other one to shut up?" James says to me. I decided to shout, "Better listen to your wife, dude." Immediately after I shout, we both hear a crashing sound, almost identical to the sound of the tree falling that Charles did earlier that day. Moogie starts to go fucking berserk, barking and growling. He had a stink gland issue at the point, so he was still releasing that nastiness as well. He was threatened, and luckily Rita was there to keep him from bolting. I'm about to shit my pants out of fear. I'll reiterate for effect, I've hunted mountain lions and bears in my life, and at no point during those hunts was I as shaken and genuinely afraid as this. I was paralysed for like an entire minute. "Whoever that is, you better fuck off. We have plenty of guns," I shout across the lake. Then silence again, luckily for the rest of the night. I didn't fall asleep until Darren woke up, basically at sunrise. So I missed breakfast and a morning dunk in the lake the others all did before I got up, needing to poop real bad. James had already explained the noises to the others by the time we were all ready for our different adventures. Darren, Wade and Rita just wanted to listen to the radio and chill. Moogie had run off just after lunch, and we decided to go look for him while also investigating the area of the noises last night. Almost immediately, when we get to the other side of the lake, the hair stands up on the back of my neck. Charles also feels creeped out, but he had an axe, I had a shotgun, and James had his rifle and his .45 holstered on his hip. So we pressed onward, looking for probably a couple of hours. I was mainly trying to see if we could spot any trees that had fallen. Then we made it to the eastern bank of the lake. "Holy shit," Charles says, causing me and James to come rushing over. There we saw what looked like a human footprint. Just one, but it was very clearly a footprint in the mud. Even had a little pool of water still in it. My first thought was Bigfoot, so I took off my boot and compared sizes. I'm a huge guy with pretty large feet, so it wasn't a surprise that my clodhoppers dwarfed this footprint when I put my own print down next to it. But what was weird was the other print, where the pinky toe would be, looked like another big toe was there instead. We also found several downed trees, but none that looked recent. So we decided to go around the north of the lake and back to the others, doing a full circle. Moogie was fine. As soon as food smells filled the air, he came running back. And we all had a pretty good day again, drinking, feasting, and making fun of each other for being paranoid. We heard some gunshots a little close, and then called out to warn the shooters that there were people and animals nearby. The shooters of us actually went to meet the people, and all of us but Darren and Wade joined the old guy and his wife, shooting at whatever we could. Part of me consciously thought, anything that was lurking around here sure isn't going to fuck with us now. Boy, was I wrong. A brief mention about Charles. Ever since we were kids, Charles has had vivid night terrors. Most of the time funny, some of the time scary. He'd be full on sleepwalk and have conversations with you while still asleep. We had all gone to bed. I was one of the first due to getting like 4 hours of sleep and being quite rum drunk. "Hey, who's that? Captain, stay in your tent." Charles, who was sleeping on a tarp by the fire instead of in a tent, started shouting. I shot up, grabbed the shotgun and turned on my flashlight. "What's wrong?" I shout, adrenaline filling my entire existence. I could feel my heartbeat pounding in my ears. "Come closer to the fire." "No, don't crouch down, motherfucker. Use your words," he keeps shouting, finally stirring awake James and Rita, who were in the tent next to Charles. "What the fuck?" James calls out. Moogie starts growling and apparently lets off the stink gland again in a tent, because he and Rita are like, Moog, gross. "There's somebody sneaking up on Captain's tent. Get out here." I started to unzip my tent. "Not you, Captain. Stay in there. He's right next to you." Everyone else to this day denies hearing this, but I swear I heard something whisper, "Captain," before hearing a twig crunch right outside my tent. James makes it out of his tent, and seconds later I hear him laughing. It's just a water stump. Charles is just having a night terror. Charles claimed he wasn't dreaming, but when I got out and shined the light on the stump, he agreed that had to be it. Satisfied that there wasn't actually anything there, despite my protests, we all went back to bed. Charles stayed in the tent for the rest of the night. I decided to spend the rest of the night on watch. That was one of, if not the most, terrifying nights of my life. I heard more activity in those woods than I've ever heard before. Moogie would wake up and barf multiple times, as I'd hear twigs snapping off in the trees. Then I heard a really big snap that had to have only been about 10 feet away. I jumped to my feet, whipped over to where the noise was, and shined my light. I've seen enough deer ass in my life to know what I saw running from me. What is not normal of deer, however, is that they don't stand the fuck up on their back legs. Moogie howled and snarled. I took aim, letting my light drop and fired. I didn't care that it turned to run. I fucking unloaded. Boom after boom after boom, until I ran out of all 6 shells I'd loaded. Everybody else was freaking the fuck out and rushed out of their tents. I told them what happened, and nobody went back to bed until the morning. Nothing else happened that night. I think Moogie refusing to leave the tent was what allowed the others to take me seriously enough. This is why I'll never go hiking in Cascade Wilderness without a firearm, and at least 2 other people who know how to use them.
You are listening to the content of ParanormalM.com.
Back in the day when she was alive, we promised to haunt each other should one or the other leave this life. We both firmly believe in an afterlife and spirits, so this wasn't just a silly joking promise, even if there was some teasing about how we would do it to each other. I actually think we only said it twice. Well, it had been 2 years since she had left. I recall being in the room where she died. The machines were breathing for her, and I felt her leave her body. Just gone, with the sound of the machines still going. A few hours later, they were officially turned off. A little back information. My late wife had an eating disorder, and this disorder destroyed a lot of her gut and organs. It was a slow, painful death. When I say I felt her leave, it was like bullet fast leave. In life, I didn't yell, never a name call, rarely argued, and when we did, it was a healthy discourse and decisions were made to settle it. I knew her AD had caused these problems, but what I didn't know was how much worse it really was. I found the information on her phone post-death. She knew death was the final outcome years before I knew, and held back the information from me, letting me talk about growing old together. In short, I haven't seen her.
You are listening to the content of ParanormalM.com.
I moved into this house with my boyfriend at the beginning of November, around the 4th, in 2022. I've always had a weird feeling when I come to visit, as my boyfriend lived here with roommates before I moved in with him. Over time, my mental health started to take a downfall. For context, I've been diagnosed with schizoaffective bipolar. Diagnosed at 19, and have been medicated since. My symptoms are manageable, and I have coping skills that keep me grounded, and my meds help a lot. I still struggle with social anxiety and some small delusions centered around that, but I can usually keep myself in reality and push those thoughts away, especially when I've been taking my meds regularly. When I first moved in, I was taking my meds pretty regularly and only missed maybe 1 or 2 days a month. And even before moving in, had lived alone for months without any sort of issue coming up. Almost immediately, I started having random bouts of anger, sadness, or panic-like anxiety, and all would leave me in a broken, crying mess. I started struggling to sleep, only getting 3 or 4 hours a night, if that. Eventually, I did run out of my meds, and because of this sudden change in my mood and the lack of sleep, I haven't had the energy to sit through another appointment, which is where my problem comes in. For a while now, but not right after I moved in, maybe for the past month, I've been feeling uneasy and unsafe. Just general feelings of unease and anxiety. My boyfriend left rehab for alcoholism treatment about a week ago, and 4 days ago, I walked out of our bedroom to find the front door just standing wide open. Thought it was weird, and it did freak me out, but I looked around and didn't see anything. So I just figured maybe it was the wind or a vortex caused by me shutting the bedroom door after going to the bathroom. I don't know. Everything logical though, it did give me a bad feeling. After that, I went about my day and the sun went down, and I started to feel this really, really heavy feeling in my room. Like just an anxious, dreadful feeling that wouldn't go away. And it was almost like coming from the window on the other side of the room. Again, I just tried to think logically and rationally as I do, to cope, and told myself I was just freaking myself out and being delusional and whatever, but just couldn't shake this feeling. It was overwhelming. I kept having to sit up in bed while trying to sleep to check if anything was actually standing there, and I never saw anything, but it just felt like it. There's a TV directly to the left of the window I was feeling this coming from, and at one point I opened my eyes after trying to sleep and saw that the TV had turned itself on at some point. That freaked me out, but I tried to just ignore it and do my best to not acknowledge whatever was going on and pass it off as coincidence and me being overly paranoid. But it's been days, and I'm still just generally uneasy and unsafe, which gets worse when the sun goes down. So much so I can't sleep until it's daylight again, and still for only maybe 3 or 4 hours, sometimes less. Basically, the point of this ramble is, am I being delusional? I know I need to get back on my meds, and I am working on that, but do you think that the door being open and my TV turning on and the intense feeling could be something more? I'm going to leave for my mum's in the morning, because it's getting to the point where it's too much and I'm overwhelmed. What can I do?
You are listening to the content of ParanormalM.com.
So it will be a year in March. My friends and I went to Chattanooga, Tennessee to celebrate my childhood best friend's marriage. It was a beautiful house on the Tennessee River with a very private and peaceful atmosphere. It was on a nature trail, so it felt very isolated, though it was close enough to the city for us to go out and have fun. Anyway, we all had a great time in the city, then came back and started a fire in the fire pit. We hung out until we all got tired and eventually went to bed. We all decided to bunk in the same room that had 3 double bunks and 1 full bed. It was a large room, and we thought we could all watch a movie together in there, but ended up all deciding we needed sleep to drive back the next day. As my friends are used to falling asleep early, I'm not, so I was still wide awake. So I got on my phone and started scrolling. I know it's a bad habit, but I had no other options of reading a book or anything. So as I'm laying there, I get this feeling. And it's not a good feeling. I've had one paranormal experience before this, and it didn't make me feel scared. I just felt confused. This was different. I felt my hairs stand up like that feeling of something with ill intent was near me. I look up at the other bunks, and my friends look fine. So I continue scrolling, then I get the feeling again. I look up, and this time it looks towards the full-size bed, where the bride and her little niece who tagged along was. And I see a dark figure, head bent down, looking at the niece. My heart stopped. I couldn't move. I kept thinking to myself, it's just a shadow from the stairway light coming in the room. I look down at my phone and get the courage to move my thumbs to text my boyfriend how scared I was. which didn't help, considering he's not a believer in anything of that nature, so he just says he's just seeing things. After this, I look up. The figure is gone, which didn't make me feel better, only worse, because it confirmed what I saw was not in fact a shadow from the light in the stairway. So I jumped from my bunk and bolted up the stairs and crashed on the couch. I felt like a small child who just watched a horror movie. I kept hearing what sounded like creaking from the stairs. I thought of the old phrase, "It's just the house settling," to calm myself, then called my boyfriend and he talked me down, and I thought he's probably right. But I was still shaken up. Eventually, I fell asleep around 4 a.m. when the creaking stopped, but woke up around 6 and got the courage to go downstairs to get into my bag for clothes. A few minutes later, the maid of honor comes up and she looks confused and kind of freaked out, then says, "Hey, did the bride come up here at all?" I said, "When?" Because I only slept 2 hours and I've been up since 6. She then says, "Well, I mean about that time I thought I saw her up and go up the stairs." I said, "No, she didn't come up here." She said, "Well, I know someone went up the stairs." Her face was white and I said, "Did you check the bed?" She then goes back down and looks and says in confusion, "She's in bed." And I just stood in confusion and said, "Well, what time did you say you saw her again?" And she said, "Well, only a couple minutes ago. It's just 6:05. And I said, "Maybe you just heard me. I've been up here since last night." And she goes, "Well, I thought I saw someone standing between their suitcases and the bed over her niece." That's when my heart dropped, and she knew I didn't have to say anything. My face said it all. She knew I saw it too. Needless to say, we were happy to get out and not investigate.
You are listening to the content of ParanormalM.com.
4 years ago, my dad died from stage 4 melanoma that had spread to multiple organs, including his brain. He was in hospital for around 9 days, and 1 day in hospice where he died. When he was in the hospital, before he massively declined and stopped talking, he was quite confused because of the tumours in his brain. He didn't know he was there because he was about to die. He thought he was there for treatment. One day I was alone with him when he went into a series of seizures. I stayed with him while the doctors worked on him. I talked to him, and between seizures, he seemed to recognise my voice. Afterwards, when he was awake again, he was saying how proud of me he was for working with the doctors on his treatment. He was telling my mum he was proud of me. At the time, I was dealing with a bad ED relapse because it was the only way I could cope with what was happening, including bulimia, which he never knew about. My dad was always proud of me, but I felt sad and ashamed that he wouldn't be if he knew how I was actually doing. Fast forward to his death, around 1 or 2 weeks later, I had a very vivid visitation dream. He was standing in my room. I could see the details of my bedroom exactly how they were. I might as well have been awake with how vivid the dream was. My dad was healthy looking again and had a calm, peaceful energy to him. He told me he was okay. He knew we had been by his side when he died, and he heard everything we said. He said, "I know you're scared. I wouldn't be proud of you, but I still am. You are amazing, and I'll always be proud of you. I'm just sorry you're going through this. I want you to be happy." I told him again that I love him, and I hope he's okay. He reassured me he was. Then I woke up, already crying, but with this amazing feeling of peace. It's hard to describe. Some people would say this is just a dream, but I know this was my dad's spirit visiting me. The vividness, the feeling when I woke up, the sense of peace that was there. Him visiting me really did help let go of the shame, and I felt reassured he was okay.
You are listening to the content of ParanormalM.com.
When I was a kid, between 10 and 12, my brother and I had a friend over. It was around 7 p.m, and my mum was at choir practice. We were the only people in the home. We were playing in the living room when we saw my mum outside waving her keys that had a very specific Harley-Davidson leather strap on it, through the window playfully, like, "Yoo-hoo!" We were confused, because she left for practice a while ago, and usually didn't come home for another hour or so. We waited for her to come inside. When she didn't, we were scared, so we went to my brother's room and stayed there until my mum was home. We told her about it, and she swore it wasn't her, and said we were smart to not go outside looking for her. I've read things about skinwalkers and a couple other theories. The next story is harder to explain. A couple years ago, my ex picked me up from at work around 11 p.m. We weren't even smoking, just taking the long way home and chatting. We were coming up to an intersection with a car coming to the stop sign in the opposite direction. Their car stopped short as this thing ran across the road. It was bluish but transparent, taller than the car, had very weirdly bent back legs, the way a werewolf would be drawn, I guess, and very long arms but running on all fours. The way it was shaped looked like it wasn't always on all fours like a dog. Maybe the best way to describe it would be when you see those videos of people running around like a horse. Like butt in the air, feet flat, hands flat, head down. But its body was not human-like. It was longer and dog-like. The car filled up with tension as we both stopped talking when we saw it. We didn't say a word until we were out of that intersection. I was like, I think, and she interrupted, I know. And she kept driving until we were away from that area to talk about it. We described it exactly the same as each other. At first we figured a werewolf, but I'm not sure. When I was a teenager, my friend and I would ride our bikes around town all night into the morning, and one day, as we were heading home around 5 a.m, we saw the same thing running alongside of us very briefly, before running into the woods.
You are listening to the content of ParanormalM.com.
I grew up as an only child. My parents had my sister when I was 11. Before she was born, my dad rebuilt our bungalow into a huge 2-story house. Hence, no one died in my new bedroom. Now on to my experiences. The ages are around estimates. I'm mid-20s now. When I was around 7, I started getting nightmares about the concept of death. I would wake in the middle of the night crying for weeks on end, and then it would stop for a while before starting again. By the age of about 8, this developed into a feeling of being watched, being unable to sleep, and be convinced something, not someone, was watching me from a specific corner of my room. My new room, the one my dad built. My dad eventually ripped that section of wall out to show me that there was a space there. I don't remember why, but there was a space all the way around the upstairs. He tried to turn it into a fun den area for me, but I hated it and wouldn't go in there. This continued. When I was about 12, I got my first smartphone. The iPhone was my dad's old one, but it worked fine. That was until it got dark outside, and the phone would start typing random letters when I was texting someone or typing. This only ever happened in my bedroom. As soon as I left the room, it stopped. I told my dad. He said it must be damaged and he bought me a new one for my 13th. He believes in ghosts but couldn't explain what was happening in the room he built. The new phone did the same thing. I thought I was going mad. I bought some spell candles from a witchcraft museum when we went on holiday when I was around 14. I used them to politely ask whoever or whatever was there to please leave the house peacefully. This worked and I was perfectly okay in the room again. I slept fine. My phones were all fine as I upgraded and got new ones. I moved out when I was 20. I went to visit my parents and stayed the night in my old room. Whatever was there when I was a child is back there. The same corner, the same feeling. The same dark energy, the same creature. Except now, I have an image of it burnt into my memory, despite never actually seeing it. It's a dark creature. It has some type of human shape but is very muscular, and it crawls around on all fours, legs bent behind it, almost wolfish, but without a snout. It snarls and glares. Dark red eyes with big black pupils. It has horns as well. Big horns curved back over its head. There's some type of red tinge to it, but I can't identify where it comes from. My husband and I recently moved in with some roommates. They're J, D, and their young daughter S. We went from living in a decent-sized city to living in the middle of nowhere about an hour away. For context, we live in the south in the US, so it's rural, woodsy, nowhere. We're really good friends with our roommates. The husband and I knew beforehand that they had both experienced some paranormal goings-on before we made the decision to move in. To be honest, I think husband and I forgot all about the paranormal stuff just before we moved. Everything was great when we were settling. We all got along really well. And it was so amazing to be in a place where we had our own space and were on equal grounds with our roomies. Then one night, about a month later, husband Jay and I were all lounging in the living room area, just shooting the shit. S was asleep in her bedroom as it was late. We're talking about the paranormal. About 11:30 p.m, Jay has to go pick up D from work. She works the late shift about half an hour away from us. As Jay is getting ready to leave, he mentions skinwalkers. Now, husband and I don't use this word. For those of you who don't know, speaking aloud the word skinwalker or wendigo is often believed to attract these deadly creatures to you. Husband and I had strange and horrifying experiences in the last place we lived, after one of us made the mistake of saying it out loud. So we no longer say it. Our code word for it is flesh pedestrian, if you're curious. As soon as Jay said it, I gasped. He laughed it off, but right before he left, he noticed something through the blinds on the back door of the house. He mentioned that he thinks there's someone in the backyard. In truth, we don't really have a backyard. The back of the house is right up against the edge of the woods, but we just call it the backyard. Husband and I, thinking he's fucking with us, laugh it off. Quickly though, we can see from Jay's face that he's not. We rush to look through the blinds and sure as shit, there's something in the trees. It was incredibly hard to see, but it was a very tall, very thin figure, darting very quickly between the trees. It kept itself completely shrouded in the black shadows, and we couldn't make out any other features. Jay rushes outside, thinking that it's someone in his property. Husband and I follow, not wanting him to be alone. I stay on the porch, while husband rushes down the steps to follow Jay, as he goes behind the house. The second he leaves my eyesight, Jay immediately turns around and shakes his head at husband. He tells us that as soon as he got to the edge of the trees, he heard a low voice tell him to turn around. Now, I come from a pagan background. My mother is Wiccan, and husband is also pagan. As Jay leaves, and husband and I finish our cigarettes, I immediately set out to bless the entire house with sacred oil and blessed salts. I had already done this as soon as we unpacked the last of our things, but I felt it necessary to do it again. I went so far as to bless the entire porch as well. As husband and I are doing this, Jay texts me that he doesn't feel safe, and something isn't right. When I ask him what he means, he writes that just a few miles up the road, a naked man came charging out of the woods and stopped at the edge of the road. When he locked eyes with Jay, he simply pointed at the car and kept doing so until he was no longer visible in the rearview mirror. We tried to rationalise that it could be one of many non-paranormal scenarios. We thought it might be a prank, but that didn't quite make sense. It was the beginning of a very cold winter, and it was about 20 degrees out. It would have been a lot of effort and discomfort for this man to pull a prank like this on passing drivers. Then he wondered if the man needed help or was possibly in danger, but Jay was sure that this man didn't look at all like he was in distress. If he was, the man would have yelled or tried flagging the car down instead of just pointing at it. The conclusion we came to for the time being was that he was most likely on drugs. We don't live in the safest of places, and hard drugs are very common around here. Then Jay texted that he'd picked D up, and more weird things were happening. I asked him to elaborate, but he said he'd just explain it when they got home. As their car pulled up in the driveway, husband and I went to meet them outside, but the two of them quickly got out of the car and rushed towards the house, telling us that we all needed to get inside immediately. When inside, Jay explained that right before he got to Dee's place of work, he saw something in a cow field that he couldn't explain. It was tall, taller than any human could possibly be, and much taller than the thing we'd already seen behind the house. From what we could tell in the dark, it was grey, and it was running, faster than he was driving at 60 miles an hour, on all fours. It ran into the woods out of sight. When he was driving back with Dee, before Jay could explain everything that had already happened, she got a sinking feeling in her gut and made Jay lock all the car doors. A literal second after Jay complied, the same creature he had just seen was once again sprinting alongside the car. It was much closer to the road than it had been minutes before, but it dashed again into the trees before they could get a really good look at it. We were all a bit shaken. It was now close to 1 a.m, and none of us could explain anything that had already happened. We tried to brush it all off, and we probably could have if it was just one thing that had transpired, instead of several. We made the awful decision to go back outside for a smoke. The kind of decision that only dumbass horror movie characters could make. I know. And this is when shit got really weird. Off to our right, there's a small strip of woods that separates our property from our landlord's property, where he lives with his daughter, son-in-law, and granddaughters. In those trees, we notice 3 sets of eyes. They're glowing yellow-green, and they're just staring at us. Husband asks Jay if it could be deer, and we tend to see a lot of those around. But we all know that whatever the eyes belong to were far taller than deer could be. Then to our left, there's more, you guessed it, woods. From that direction in the pitch dark, I swear to fucking God, I heard a little girl laugh. It wasn't boisterous or loud, more like a snicker a child makes when they're trying to suppress their laughter. Dee and husband didn't hear it, but Jay did. Now we're looking at the big tree to our left that stands just before the edge of the woods, and notice that there's this big black mass beside it, like something was crouched down next to the tree. We all try to rationalise that it's a big bundle of leaves, but I don't think any of us really believe that. Jay and husband both dart back inside for a moment, and when they come back out, Jay is holding a hatchet, and husband is holding his crossbow. Without saying anything to Dee or I, they step off of the porch and walk towards our left, where the little girl laughed. Later, they told us that they thought a child was in trouble, and they wanted to help. While Dee and I are on the porch, trying to figure out just what the fuck is happening, we see something a few yards away. Down the driveway, there's a huge tree in the middle of the property. Out of the peripherals, we could swear that we keep hearing something duck from behind the tree. We kept looking at the tree, and yes, there was something poking its head out from behind the trunk, and pulling back very quickly, as soon as it realised we're staring at it. At this point, Dee and I want to go the fuck back inside. We're shivering from both fear and cold, and we just want the night to be over. But while Dee and I were in a match of paranormal peekaboo, husband and Jay had their very own weird experience. For context, I have Tourette's syndrome. This means I say and do things completely out of my control, and some of my verbal tics are just strange sounds. Some of those sounds include blowing raspberries or popping my lips, which are my 2 most common verbal tics at the moment. As Jay and husband are inching closer to the trees, they both hear footsteps through that grass and leaves within the trees. Both of them were too frightened to call out to whoever they thought was in the woods. Then they hear shuffling. The problem is, though, they each hear shuffling coming from directions that the other doesn't hear. For clarity, Jay was walking on the left, husband on the right. Jay hears shuffling coming from the right, and husband hears it from the left. But neither hears the same sound that the other is hearing, so they turn towards each other with their weapons drawn. In their confusion while they're facing each other, they hear someone running in the woods, full on fucking sprinting through the trees, headed directly towards them. Then it stops. They take a step back and watch to see if anyone came out of the woods. No one. Then they hear me. Me, in the woods right in front of them. I was standing on the porch behind them. They heard my tics coming from the trees, my raspberries and my lip pops. From the woods. Without turning around, husband called me and asked if I had just had a ticket. I told him no. They back away from the woods without taking their eyes away from it until they're close enough to sprint into the house, pulling Dee and I with them. Inside, Dee and I are able to tell them about the thing behind the tree, and Jay and husband are able to tell us about something somehow mimicking my fucking tics in the trees. For the rest of the night, we don't go back outside. We would all, against our better judgment, peek through the blinds on the back door when we passed it, and there was still something in the woods every time one of us looked. I didn't get any sleep. Come morning time, husband and I checked all the places we'd seen or heard something, and there was no sign of anyone or anything. I asked my mother what she thought it might be. In her opinion, it was likely something related to a mimic spirit. A spirit that warps reality to feed on fear, but not having enough power to really hurt anyone. She said that it couldn't be a skinwalker, because there were way too many things happening in too many different places all at once. Skinwalkers are solitary and territorial things, so it couldn't have been multiple of them. But just one mimic could do all of the things we experienced. We still hear the occasional giggle in the dark, get a bang or a knock at our back door. We still even see the thing behind the big tree in the driveway almost every night. But that night was something else. I've seen some shit in my life, but never have I gone through about 3 hours of non-stop activity. I've since burned sage all throughout the house and the entire perimeter of the property, as well as using the rest of my salt and oil around the entire house. Husband and I even did a late night EVP session at all of the spots. Shit happened that night, but we didn't get a single response to any of our questions. I don't know for sure if it was a mimic spirit or I can fully rule out skinwalker. I don't really know if the thing is dangerous or not.
You are listening to the content of ParanormalM.com.